8.
Game
Oh
shot
my,
the
what a
first
start
leg.
to this one.
Daniel Lee.
He's praying. The toss is found, and it is.
Rob Collins.
Second 1,001 team. Oh, you beauty.
Taking out on day 1 to win his fixture. And what a way to start the day for Sebastian Bialecki.
Game shot in the third leg.
His best leg of the week. Oh, how about that?
Game shot in the
That's
fifth
classic
leg.
Michelin. Look at what that means to him.
Good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where another week has begun at the Modus Super Series. We're into the final third of action as far as Series 7 is concerned. And we have some big names in champion. We have a former world champion in Scott Mitchell, a former world championship finalist in Kevin Painter, an American star in Doug Boehm. And later on this week, the two-time women's world champion, Bo Grease, will be making a long-awaited debut here on the South Coast. And of course, as always, we've got to have a big-name pundit for the big occasion. Unfortunately, the best we have this week is Matthew Edgar. Matt, great to have your company as ever. This is an intriguing week, and a week where I feel like a lot of players have fancied their chances.
I'm really looking forward to this week, actually. And even just when you look at this Group A, I think that really sets the tone for what we're about to see this week. We've got three people that we kind of recognise in terms of name value, in terms of CV, in terms of everything that they've been doing within the game of darts. And we've got three names that might not be so familiar to sort of the casual viewer, but these guys can play. And there's going to be some early upsets, I think, in this.
Well, we'll talk about this week in a little bit more detail in just a second. But first and foremost, we're going to go back to Saturday night, where Kieran Tierney picked up his second weekly title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the first ever player to win a week at the Modus Super Series. It's been a little while between drinks for himself, maybe gone a little bit in and out of form, but he's done a lot of work behind the scenes and it's paid dividends.
He's had a really hard journey, hasn't he? When you look at sort of where Kieran Tierney has been. He was qualifying for the World Championships back-to-back at one point as well, and he sort of felt his career was on an upwards curve, and then all of a sudden you're not making that event no more. You're not making these big stages. You lose your tour card, and he wasn't playing the Kieran Tierney that we saw when he had that tour card. It did sort of drop off for him, and maybe this is now the second wave. And one thing we know about the second wave is it normally goes a lot stronger than the first one. If he can say that that was sort of learning and experience for him, we could see him kick on now and become the player we thought he was going to be sort of 5 years ago.
Well, he joins an illustrious list of names that make their way through to champions. You've got regulars like Andreas Harrison and Neil Duff in there. But for a lot of the other players, the likes of Brooks, the likes of Heenahan, the likes of Roos, Van Schie, etc., this is a very big opportunity and a very realistic chance for them to win 25 grand.
The biggest Champions Week we've ever had, that prize money going from 20,000 to 25,000. But there's one name right now that stands out for me, head and shoulders above the rest, and that's Andreas Harrison. That guy is playing some serious darts at the moment, and I think he's due. I think we're going to see Andreas Harrison pick up that title. We've still got a few more weeks. We could see someone come in, but right now, for me, he's the favourite.
Well, it's Monday the 20th of May when the action gets underway in Champions Week. However, the action for Week 9 is about to get underway now, and an intriguing list of players that are in action as far as this week is concerned at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group A features a former world champion in Scott Mitchell. We got a former world finalist in Kevin Painter, and Sebastian Bialecki, a player who's made it through the Champions Week before and has hit a 9-darter in this building.
It's a great lineup, isn't it? I think every group's got something interesting. We look at Stuart Kellett coming in Group C. Really excited to see him. Really excited to see Bo. But Group A is where it's going to start. That's where the focus needs to be. And you may look at this and think that it's pretty easy to pick out your winners. Certainly when you look at the odds as well that are going around this morning in regards to the three players that are not as much known. But I warn people now, just be cautious, because these three lads can play.
Before we get into the Group A action this week, just a quick chat about Bo Grease. We'll be making her debut in Group B. We've seen her win on the Women's Series over the course of the weekend. We know what she's done with winning a women's match play, winning 2 Lakeside titles. How do you think she'll settle on this particular stage?
Did you just say win? I think you've undersold that quite a bit. She won without dropping a single leg. This is the week to have Bo Greaves here. I'm really excited to see it. Now, we know Bo Greaves has traditionally stuck to the ladies' side of the game, the women's sport, but recently played a couple of development tours. Maybe now we're going to start seeing a crossover. I mean, the pundit inside me says Bo Greaves should carry on with the women's darts, but the fan inside me wants to see her mix it up with mixed gender sport, and that's what we're going to see here this week.
And she is one of the favourites to go on and win the week as a whole. This is how the bookies see the action over the next 6 days. No surprise that Sebastian Bialecki goes off favourite in your mind?
Oh, I don't think you can pick somebody there to be a favourite. So with that, there's value everywhere. I think 5-2 is very, very short on Sebastian Bialecki. I really like the man who's crossed over from America there, Doug, at 18-1. I think he represents value. I had a good chat with him this morning, and I'll tell throughout the day some of the things we spoke about. But this is a guy that is focused, determined. Really like him. He's been doing some good things, got some good wins, no fear about him. I think 18-1. I think we're going to be discussing him on Saturday. Whether he wins it or not, but you're going to get a run for your money at 18s.
And it is 18 plus, and begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, the action is about to get underway as far as week 9 is concerned, and a very familiar voice is going to be in action in our first game. Scott Mitchell, of course, part of our commentary team here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, has swapped one of these for 3 darts in his hand, and he's hoping to taste weekly success here at the Super Series for the very first time since losing his tour card a couple of years ago. Hasn't quite happened to the certain extent in this building as he would have liked it to have done as a player. Well, earlier on this morning, he caught up with Phil Barr to talk about the playing side of the game.
Scott, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and this time you're in your natural habitat of playing. Excited for the challenge this week?
Well, it's not my natural habitat here. It feels really strange to be playing. So, yeah, love to be in the week, and it's good to be involved. And, yeah, I've been playing okay, so why not? Yeah, let's enjoy it.
Some top talent in this Group A as well. Excited for the battle ahead?
Yeah, I know 1 or 2 of them, obviously, and, you know, Big Kev and Seb and Marvin I've known from youth players from Holland, so there's a couple of others I don't know, but yeah, it's going to be a good battle, and, you know, every time a world champion or former world champion walks in the room, everybody plays their best against him, so I know what's coming, and I've got to play my game to make sure that doesn't happen.
You come here in some really good form as well. We saw you at the Home Nations, proud England captain yet again, sweeping the board. Confidence must be good.
Yeah, it wasn't as easy as it looked, to be fair. We had a really new team and lots of new faces and young and exuberant faces like Cam Crabtree, and how can that not lift the team? And we had a great time. So, yeah, it lifted me as well. I really enjoyed it. And while I'm enjoying darts, you know, I play well.
What was it like stepping back into that role as England captain? Because you've done it before, then you went back as just a player and now captain again. What's that like, that circle?
I wasn't sure that it was the right time for me to do it again. I think I spoke to Martin Adams back in the day when I took on from Martin, and he said, no. He said, it's your time now. And when I sort of left it and got the tour card, I thought, if I ever went back to be the captain wasn't the right thing. But on this occasion it was, and the selectors convinced me that I should do it again. And obviously Harrow, our mighty leader from last year, had gone over and got his tour card. So with all the new faces, it just made sense, and it was just enjoyable to be around a great bunch of people. And yeah, I got to say, I loved every minute of being the captain. I really did, and it made me play my best.
Scott, we wish you all the very best ahead of play here in Group A, mate.
We can only try, mate. We can only try.
And Scott Mitchell's going to be in action in the first game of the session. He's going to take on the American Doug Boehm. Debut for him at the Super Series, coming all the way from America to take part here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We know all about Scott Mitchell, but what about the American Doug Boehm? Played at the US Darts Masters at the Madison Square Gardens a couple of years ago, and he's looking to trade the MSG for the MSS Live Lounge here over the course of the last few weeks. His nickname is No Name. And have a look at the back of his shirt. There's literally no name on the back of it. Scott Mitchell, 53 years of age, from just outside of Bournemouth, the 2015 world champion, is hoping for a first title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's going to be myself and Matthew Edgar describing all the action for you this week. And I just get the feeling that it's one of those weeks that's so open for interpretation.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this week, and certainly this group. When we look at the 3 players I've mentioned already at the opening of the show, that maybe not so familiar names to our viewers, but I certainly think they're going to cause some problems, and that is going to be the case here with Doug, who wasn't a very familiar name.
It's Doug to throw first.
Over in America, which is where he gets that shirt from, which you've already referenced, where it says, "My name is." I've actually got the story. I'll give you it early. he beat Larry Butler in the final of a qualifier to get into the
100.
World Masters event. Larry Butler went back to the table, says, "Oh, I've just lost, I haven't gone through. I don't know who I lost to." And they went, "Oh, did you lose to Doug? Doug's a quality player." Story got back to Doug that Larry Butler didn't know who he was, and, well, he became the man of no name. And for some reason decided to stick it on a Dennis Priestley shirt.
Which makes sense if nobody knows your name.
83.
Don't forget as well, you can get in touch with us via the YouTube chat room. I promise that Matthew Egg will be a bit kinder than Chris Mason was last week. He had some good fun on the chat room, didn't he, Mace? And a particular good morning to Patrick Poppington, wherever he's tuning in from.
$68.
Scott Mitchell, very proud, isn't he, of that England shirt. He's wearing it today. I was a little surprised when he sort of retook that captaincy up, but when you speak to him and you listen to that story, like he mentioned in his interview at the start of the show, when he says about the new players coming in now, he's the absolute logical pick. When you think about the experience that Scott Mitchell's got throughout the years, through playing international darts and travelling the WDF circuit, even picking up the world title for that system, he is the absolute logical pick to be the England captain, and he's sort of someone you're always sort of going to associate with that type of brand.
Synonymous.
140.
Right, he leaves himself on 80
require
if Boehm doesn't take out the
132.
132 to hold in the opening leg. Isn't going to go, and so Mitchell does have the break opportunity here. But it's going to be under some seismic pressure.
92.
Ultimate pressure,
Scott,
leaving
you
himself on
require
tops.
80.
It may only be a dart here for Mitchell to break. Ensure the big single. Up for tops.
Game shot on a first
Perfectly
leg.
climbing the ladder.
Scott
Mitchell breaks and leads 1-0.
Experience there already of
Second
Scott
leg,
Mitchell,
it's Scott
despite the
for a
fact it's the
first.
opening leg of a tournament,
Game on.
despite the fact it's very early on. But already, that warning sign that I mentioned, that the three players that you may not be so familiar with can
100.
certainly play, and after 15 darts there, Doug left himself on tops, ready to strike. That would have been within that 6-visit bracket, which is pretty much exactly where you'd want to be.
Well, that was just a
140.
quintessential Scott Mitchell leg, wasn't it? Taken out in 15 with his first dart at a double. 3 tons and a 140 in there. But you get the sense with Scott that
140.
when he came off tour, there was big expectations for him when he didn't retain his tour card. A lot of people had him favourites to win the World Seniors last year.
I
think
did.
there's an expectation of him to win a Modus week here as well.
I was one of
60.
them. Absolutely. I thought Scott Mitchell would come off, win the World Seniors. When you look at what he was doing on the Pro Tour the year he lost his card, he was one of those players that was sort of unfortunate. You know, he was always sort of over the 90 average. It wasn't like he came off tour playing bad darts.
100.
He came off tour not getting results, which can happen quite regularly on that tour. It's happening again at the moment when you look at some of the players. I mean, it wasn't too long ago. Look at Ryan Joyce.
95.
He could barely pick
Scott,
up
you
a win
require
despite the fact averaging in the
161.
top 20 of the world.
He will go for this. He's already told us in commentary that he goes for every shot.
137.
And he's left himself on double 12 after 12. This is a beautiful performance out of the gate, averaging just over 108.5.
He has a really interesting theory on that as well, Scott Mitchell. He says, if I don't go for it and I lay up,
46.
I feel like I'm telling my
Scott, you
opponent
require
I can't
24.
hit it. Well, we know he's going to go straight for this one. Chasing across the double 6. All around the clock.
18.
Again, no
Scott, you
danger of
require
a
160.
split. Always going to go straight for it. I did give him the other side of that coin, though. which was interesting, hearing the cogs turning in the head of Scott Mitchell when I says,
85.
but if you set it
Scott,
up,
you require
are you
6.
telling your opponent you don't have to hit it?
Can he hit the double free?
Game shot on the second
Yes, he
leg.
does. Just
Scott
sneaks
Mitchell.
in just above that first dart, clicking off the barrel and in. And Mitchell is into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
It's a different type of pressure when you've sat in these seats and then you go on the stage and play.
Personally,
100.
I would say no, but I understand why some people do struggle with that transition between the two, absolutely. But that's just full-on perception, isn't it?
60.
To one person it's easy, to the other it's hard. Not saying it works, I'm just saying in the mind it feels okay.
100.
Well, Scott Mitchell looking to become the second commentator to win a week here at the Super Series. The other one being Chris Mason. Not that he's lived that down, or let us
108.
let him live it down. Well, that's the first max of the week.
I mean, this is a solid performance from Doug, despite the fact he's 2-0 down here, and Mitchell with a mini opening here to get a second break, a throw potentially if he could find another big red, which he does with that last start. Doug averaging 91.5. This is why I do believe we're going to be seeing him on Saturday. I've just got that feeling about a player like Doug, and when we look at
85.
sort of the journey he's been on.
161.
Did put the darts down for a while. He's really starting to get back into it again. But it's the bullseye.
118.
Fine effort there
Dog, you
from
require 160.
Scotty Dog, the England captain. And he will come back. Again, looking at legs around that sort of 5-visit block, which, let's put it straight, if he keeps that up throughout the week, he'll win the week. But this is only game number 1 or day number 1, and
76.
keeping that consistency going,
Scott, you require
that's
43.
where the key lies.
But he's setting his stall out very nicely indeed. Tops a 3-0. And with it would be the double break.
23.
But it doesn't go. And Bowen's going to get his
Dog, you
first
require
start to the double
40.
in this match. He's been waiting around for an opportunity, and finally it's arisen. And it's
Game shot on the
taken,
third
and it's back
leg,
to
Doug
2-1.
Boehm.
But Doug still needs to find a break at some point.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just flustered him there a little bit, didn't it, Scott Mitchell? You saw him just having a little shake of the head before throwing the darts. Now, that would be because he would have felt he did something wrong.
100.
Clearly held on to that last dart far too long. The shoulder sort of engaging, a bit of a jerk. You're going to get that early on as you're just sort of feeling your way into a tournament and into a day. But he
40.
felt that he did something wrong, and that's where you sort of give yourself the old kick.
$60.
This really is a solid performance from Doug, and maybe now he might just begin
135.
to get the rewards for when he's putting over the last few legs.
Well, the other thing he'll be doing is he'll be getting the attention, because the players in the practice room like Bialecki, Painter, you know what you're going to get from them. We've seen them play
60.
hundreds of games, not just on this stage, but around the world. We know what we're going to get from them. We know what to expect. They'll just be keeping an eye on the monitor, just going, I wonder what this Doug chap's about. They'll be having a look at the action, looking how the darts lie, seeing, is he overperforming? Is he
95.
playing within himself? But when I watch Doug throw here, and you watch the action, you watch the mannerisms, he looks like a player fully in control of himself, where you say, this isn't a performance that's above his capabilities, this is him.
And already he's not going to shy away from
28.
telling us how he's feeling. I mean, you can see in that last visit, he didn't like the way the darts were pitched. He was almost putting his hand up in the air saying he needs to find something pitched a bit higher. A bit like that.
100.
That's just where you gain experience over the years, and with that last start, may have looked downstairs at the 19s. A single 19 would have left a 1-3-2, which
100.
a much easier
require
check out to take than a 1-3-1.
Well, turn this game around from 2-0 down. He'll feel as if he's got a couple of opportunities to square this match up. But we know the capabilities of Mitchell of a finish like 1-5-3. Took out a 1-5-8
59.
infamously in that
Start, you
Lakeside
require
final against Martin Adams
153.
to put him on the brink of the title. But the 1-5-3 isn't going to go, and so Boehm back for 72 to square up at 2-2.
101. Doug, you require 72.
Beautiful.
60.
2 darts right
Scott,
on
you
the
require
wire. A fine
52.
effort there for Doug, but it's the big but. Mitchell, a chance to put himself a leg away from the match.
32.
But opportunities are now coming
Doug,
and
you
going for the
require
former
12.
world champion. And Bowen stuck with the task and could square up at 2-2 here if he can pin double six.
Game shot on a
In it
full
goes,
flag.
level game we
Doug
have, 2-2.
That was almost the same sort of throw there from Scott Mitchell,
flag,
wasn't
it's
it? Just
Doug to
sort
throw
of
first.
pitches it over the top,
Game
leaves
on.
it wide open, almost holds onto it too long and just pulls it inside again.
Do you think he knows where the cameras are?
They should do. He's here enough, isn't he?
46. $140.
That might have been a bit of a wake-up call there for Scott Mitchell, who came racing out the traps, taking a 2-0 lead in rapid time. Something that's
100.
a sentence not often associated with Scott Mitchell. He's one of the more methodical players on the tour. He's one of the players that quite a lot of people don't like to play because he's very steady, but he's very
45.
good. Not so much today, though. He does seem to be moving around with that little bit more purpose and pace. He's not quite as deliberate as we've seen. Maybe as the day goes on, we'll see him just
123.
take his time a little bit more.
Well, the issue for Scott is in this first game, he's kind of been the architect of his own downfall. He's completely outscored Boehm in this game. 10-ton pluses, 3-ton fours and a max, but 2 from 12 on the doubles. He could have been off
41.
this stage a 4-0 winner, but as luck could have it, he could find himself 3-2 down in a couple of moments' time because the American has all the running in this fifth leg.
$45.
Unable to leave a finish. So it's advantage to
60.
Doug for the first time.
6 darts and 187 to move himself 3-2 to the good and force Mitchell to hold throw to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
You saw the wince, the grimace on his face. It's because he would have been expecting a 140 there after that first dart line just on the bottom wire. Sort of ideal angle of entry there as well for Doug. Due to the fact of the different flights that he uses on the back of his
60.
dart, just flattens it
Doug, you
out.
require 87.
Bit of fancy here that he's got 6. Expect to see him using the 20s here to leave himself on the ball. And it is the ball. To take the
It's on a
lead
fifth
for the first
flag,
time in this
Doug
game. He was 2-0 down. He's turned it around. Scott Mitchell got plenty to ponder.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Conceivably,
Game
he
on.
could and should be off the stage a 4-0 winner, but now he is chasing the tie.
60.
Well, this is a real nip and tuck contest. A game that the winner would have worked hard to accrue the win. We've passed the
81.
quarter of an hour mark in this match.
Just really strikes me as one of those sort of players that really do become sort of unearthed a bit more here at the Super Series. Got plenty of experience playing darts, been playing competitively since 2007, but doesn't play too often, just sort of a few events a year, 6-7 events or so. Did stop playing. Moved over to China,
100.
then you had COVID, then you had a child. Got 2 children, 5 and 3 years old. And just sort of disturbed his trajectory in darts, but he's starting to take it more seriously again now, starting to put a bit of focus into the
57.
sport. Practicing 4 to 5 days a week, 3 hours a time. Putting some serious hours in his dog, and I think this week we might see him get some reward for the effort that he is putting into this sport.
100.
Well, this would be a typical Scott Mitchell leg, a bit like the first one where he went out with tops after 15, he's left 101 after 12. And depending on this dart, he may have to take it out, but
87.
he's going to get
Scott,
6
you
from here
require
to
101.
take us to a last leg decide, and I don't think it's going to be the first or last that we see this week. Jumper 19. We've left double 12 to take us all the way. All about setting up now. And set up he will.
93.
Leaves himself on double 4. Well, Doug will know that Scott spurned chances in this game, so if he can leave
100.
himself on a 2-darter
Scott,
like
you
he has
require
done there,
8.
he may just get a match-winning opportunity in this leg. Double 2. And all the way we will go.
Scott Mitchell.
But Boehm, crucially, has the darts in this last leg decider.
7th final leg. It's Doug to throw first. Game on.
1 treble. That's all that he'll be thinking right now. Just find that 1 treble. Chases it round without success, and you can get away with 1 of those when you have the darts, provided your opponent doesn't do anything silly.
100.
Mitchell's probably thinking, same leg as last time. Leave yourself on 101 after 12. You should get yourself an opportunity, even against the throat.
You
55.
get away with 1 of them, you don't get away with 2, and it's now advantage to Scott Mitchell, who is ahead on the scoreboard despite the fact he's thrown 3 darts less, essentially breaking the throw in the opening exchanges of this final leg.
140.
And the way that he plays, on the mental side that he goes into the game, suits this scenario, 1-leg shootout, where some people can crumble. This is where he comes into his own, comes to his 4.
45.
This is just purely experience here. Scott Mitchell, absolutely full of experience.
45.
Around about 140 points in advantage, which tells you this needs to be a max and hope, but yet to find a big power treble here is Doug.
45.
Continues to be searching 12 darts without able to find a big advantage now. Scott Mitchell, this is what you dream of as a player, being in this situation when you're against the throat.
64.
Just sort of stuttering and stumbling and crawling to the line And that's an ideal dart there. Not the fact it's in the treble, but how it's sat in the treble. It's inviting.
180.
A little bit of emotion as well.
You require 152.
But this would be some way to seal it. It's not going to find the second treble. They would have left in double 16. And so Boehm for the match, 133. And it's going to have to go because Mitchell's hit a 140, leave himself on a double.
This would be one of the greatest turnarounds I've ever seen in a leg of darts. Not going to go. And you feel these may be the last darts that he gets to throw in his opening fixture here.
26.
Double six
Scott, you require
for the first
12.
points of the week.
Well, he's had to work for this in the end. He stormed into a 2-0 lead. But he eventually gets over the line in the last leg decider. It was a superb start by Scott Mitchell. Doug Boehm then pulled himself back into the match before Scotty Dog won in a last leg decider. 4-3, Scotty Dog gets his campaign up and running. Now the tail of the tape. Well, Boehm playing to type as far as this year is concerned, averaging just under 83. Scott Mitchell, 83.5. A good first contest, and that was despite Mitchell missing 13 darts at a double. Coming up after the break, Kevin Painter returns to the live lounge up against Ray Mulvey. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Mitchell got the better of Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 3, despite missing 13 darts at a double in that particular contest. Next up, Kevin Painter returns to the Super Series stage, a regular and legend of the competition, making his 9th appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Kev, from rugby, aged 56, Players' Championship Finals winner back in 2011. The artist looking to paint the picture in Portsmouth. And who knows, by the end of the week, he could be celebrating promotion for his hometown favoured club Ipswich Town. That's for Ray Mulvey, 36 years of age, from Ireland, Irish Masters winner back in 2023. He qualified through to the Modus Super Series, courtesy of the ADC Irish Vault Series. We'll talk more about that as the afternoon ensues. Very good cast list of players as well en route to in that time, including the likes of Niall Collerton. So let's see how he gets along in this particular format and on this particular occasion. But it is a welcome return to the Super Series stage for Kevin Painter.
55.
And one thing we know that we're going to get from Kev is the full repertoire. He's going to give absolutely everything for every single leg, every single shot. And we will know exactly how he's feeling at every single point of a game.
Wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? Kevin Painter has always been the same, and sort of that's where you get the best from Kevin Painter as well, when he's sort of on a stage with that emotion. He tend to struggle a little bit more with some of the sort of floor events where there was behind closed doors and playing in a multi-board system with big long breaks between each game. It didn't really suit his game, and the mind tended to wander a little bit. But the downside is you get to the big stages by going through that system, and that was ultimately the
87.
downfall of Kevin Painter, when his seeding no longer protected him in those big events and he had to rely on those sort of smaller events.
60.
With that in mind, you've got to say the best starts you'll see from Kevin Painter this week would be on a Saturday night, when there'd be a bit of a crowd in here, a bit of atmosphere, a bit of ambience.
97.
And Kevin's one of those players who kind of knows where his path is as far as his career is concerned. No ambitions to
84.
head back on tour. He's happy where he is, playing a bit of
122.
Super Series stuff, plays the World Seniors Tour and all the floor events that are involved in that. Mulvey 1-2-2 to take his first leg of the week. 7-7 to start in style.
108. Kevin, you require
To be for him,
102.
what can Painter make of the 102? Well, that first start was a lovely lie for the double 11 to follow.
80. Ray, you require
Quite a
14.
fortunate miss there, because a bit high pitch could have slipped that into the double 14 and ended up going back. But there'll be nothing in the way of this there. You can see the
7.
unusual
Kevin, you
equipment use
require
here of
22.
Ray Mulvey. An opportunity
Game start of
has
the
come and
first
gone
leg,
for
Kevin Painter.
Ray to break the throw of Kevin Painter in the opening leg.
And so the artist moves one up in
Second
this
leg,
particular
it's Ray to throw
contest.
first.
Mulvey, who
Game on.
got off to a good start, but will rue some missed opportunities.
We know
85.
Kevin Painter is a big Ipswich Town fan. Is this kind of like a red rag to the bull sort of situation here? Because it's Ray Mulvey wearing Norwich City colours.
77.
Yeah, he is dressed like a canary. And they could meet in the EFL playoffs, as
99.
Ipswich don't get automatic promotion because Norwich are occupying one of those final playoff places. There's a great title race in the Championship. 4 ways.
81.
Leicester City, Ipswich Town, Leeds United and Southampton all gunning for the top 2 spots. Big game tomorrow night, actually, when Leicester take on Southampton at the King Power Stadium.
41.
And, of course, Leeds taking on Middlesbrough this evening. I'm sure Glenn Durran will be watching
85.
on with a vested interest.
When we talk about a vested interest, though, that's what Kevin Painter is
85.
trying, even in what is kind of a retirement, shall we say, from professional darts. He's got no ambitions to try and get back onto
60.
the Pro Tour again. We know his focus is purely on trying to pick up one of those seniors titles. But he's still getting himself out there when he can. He's playing a lot in rugby. He's played a couple of Super League games. Going to be doing some ADC events. Plays local opens. He actually went to Q School this year just so he could do the Challenge Tour. It
96.
hasn't materialised
Ray,
yet with his
require
diary
32.
to allow him to go to a Challenge Tour event. But he's trying to find that competitive edge. And those are just on
No
the edge
score.
of the double
Kevin, you
16.
require 102.
Now, what we're learning straight away is Ray can score to the same power as Kev, but he's missing opportunities at the double 7 miss so far. And Painter's going to have a dart at double 16 for 2-0
70.
lead. It would have been for the break as
Ray, you
well.
require 32.
And now he scuppers an opportunity. Well, that first dart should have been a nice guide. The second
No
didn't
score.
follow.
Kevin,
And that's
you
now
require
10 missed darts at a
32.
double for the Irishman.
Wow.
16.
I don't think he could have got those too much
Ray, you
closer
require
to.
32.
Like Kev's checking them again himself, he'll be thinking, I can't put a bit of paper between the dart and the double. Ray may be thinking the same.
Game shot on the second
The
leg.
man
Ray
nicknamed
Mulvey.
Razor hasn't been very sharp on his finishing, but he's got the first one on the board. And that also is the
Third
first
leg,
one for
it's
me
Kevin
on
to
the
throw
board.
first. Game on.
Sharp finishing Razor. Sharp.
60.
Okay. 1-1 it is. It was almost an embarrassed smile for Mulvey when he won that
99.
leg, though. As happy to have it in the leisure, it was almost, how have I won that leg after all those misses?
43.
He does have a very unusual setup, doesn't he? When we take a look at like the dart
60.
here, he's got a very long barrel, a long stem, very, very small flight on the end, and a very unusual shape. But the barrel's an
84.
unusual shape as well. It seems to be quite sort of front-weighted as well. If you look, it seems quite bulbous at the front and sort of tapering out to the stem.
58.
Kevin Painter a little bit more traditional in the setup.
99.
But just take a look at these from Ray Mulvey. No surprise you see the angle of entry there as well. Very flat, if not dipping down at
66.
times. That will be due to the length and the very small flight that he's using, where Kevin, the more traditional standard shape flight, just offers that little bit more lift on the dart. Just allows the
96.
arc and the flight through the air just to be a bit more rainbow, shall we say.
You get the sense that's going to be Ray's lie. Just sat down low in the bed.
98. Kevin, you require 119.
For this for 2-1 lead. Triple 20 for tops. Not to be, and so Mulvey looking to climb the ladder. They get the breaker throw and move themselves 2-1 in front.
Well, with the angle of
54.
entry, a 120 is going
Ray,
to
you
be a
require
perfect setup shot for him, because he's
120.
going to leave it open as long as he doesn't get the first start on the top of the treble. That is perfect. Couldn't have put it in a better place
80.
for himself, right on that
Kevin, you
bottom wire.
require 65.
But a lot of air on that last start.
Tots a Painter. Now double 10.
55.
But now it's the artist's turn to
Ray, you
spurn
require
opportunities, and so Mulvey will come back looking at tops once more for 2-1 advantage. Double 10.
20.
And that's now 1 from
you
16
require
on the
10.
doubles. Double 5.
Game
2-1
shot on the third
Painter.
leg, Kevin Painter.
Well, both of this pair have been toiling out the outer ring.
Fourth leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on. $100.
16 darts at the double. We'd probably be expecting to win legs in that many darts on many occasions, would Ray Mulvey.
100.
We've seen he's got some good victories over the time, and do you know what? I've heard a lot of good things about Ray as well coming into this from
85.
friends and family and people over in Ireland, and I can see it even in our chat right now over on YouTube that a lot of people showing a lot of support for Ray, including Niall Cullerton, someone who Plays here on a regular basis. Nice to see you, Niall. Looking forward to the brownies when you come down again, pal. Never will be forgotten.
100.
But Kevin Painter just starting to make a bit of a move. Just starting to throw the darts a bit firmer.
60.
Knows this is the leg to win. Win this and he's throwing to win the match.
You just feel they want to get out there as quickly as possible. Well, already in this session, we've played a game and a half,
71.
and we have
Kevin, you require
already seen
161.
38 missed darts at a double.
90. Ray, you require 145.
Well, that bullseye with Kevin on the last start, the 25 would left him 96, which are in a potential 2-darter.
85.
Now he's on a potential
Kevin, you
2-darter,
require
but should be
71.
getting a dart at the double at least. But he's going to get 2. This is something we'll see a lot from Kevin Painter throughout the day. The doing it in 2 parts, stepping back after the treble, not being
55.
rushed.
Ray, you require 60.
But we mentioned the missed doubles from Ray. It's only 2 from 12 for Painter. Opportunities being handed around, but that has eliminated any possibility here for Ray to
28.
get this leg
Kevin,
in
you
the bank,
require
and that will
16.
just be encouraging to Kevin Painter
Shot
to
on
see
full
your
flag,
opponent
Kevin Painter.
make a mistake like that.
Well, opportunities at doubles are being passed out more
Fifth leg,
often than
it's Kevin to
marshmallows
throw
over a
first.
campfire in this
Game
game.
on.
And Painter has a 3-1 lead and is going for the match.
$125.
But as you mentioned, Painter's thinking now, let's just put the hammer home. 1 leg. Get it done in 5 visits. Get out of there. Pick the points up.
140.
Both of these know it hasn't been a pretty affair. But the points mean equal if you're averaging 77 or 107.
97.
Come lap number 4 on Wednesday, you don't look back at
57.
situations like this and think, well, they only averaged in the 70s. You think, I won. I got the points. That's why I'm in a position to win the group. Get through to Saturday. That's all that matters.
140.
And Painter is making his move.
Turning it on when he's had to.
83.
And maybe has
Kevin, you
put
require
Mulvey out of
139.
sight. 6 on 139 to get the job done. He's going to need the full quota.
59.
He's himself on a 2-dart and should at least get a dart at tops upon his return. Mulvey, you would sense needed a 140 there. Doesn't even find a
41.
treble. Doesn't even leave himself
Kevin, you
on a
require
finish.
80.
And so Painter's got all the time that one could want to complete the job. So tops for Painter.
40.
Grazes the wire. Well, he's had a few deflections, hasn't he
81.
now, Ray? And that could be
Kevin,
something
you
to look
require
out for
40.
as time goes along. As Painter returns to
Game
pick
shot
the
and the
points up,
match,
it's a
Kevin
4-1
Painter.
success for the artist. It wasn't pretty at times, but Kevin Painter gets over the line, winning 4-1 against Ray Mulvey in a contest blighted by missed darts at a double. Painter 4 from 15, Mulvey 1 from 17. The pair will know they're going to have to sharpen up on the outer ring. Coming up next, Marvin van Velzen returns to the Super Series stage up against the enigmatic Pole, Sebastian Bialecki. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Already on this Monday morning, we've seen wins for Scott Mitchell and Kevin Painter on the stage. And one of the fancy players at Super Series, Sebastian Bialecki, is in action. He takes on Marvin van Velzen in his first game. The Terminator, 23 years of age, ADC European qualifier from Poldijk in the Netherlands. He takes on Sebastian Bialecki, now 20 years of age, from Lodz in Poland. UK Open quarterfinals a couple of years ago. And Bolt came from the blue to hit a 9-darter at Champions Week in Series 5. He's hoping to return to the big occasion for a second time. And Sebastian's a player with such a high ceiling, but maybe a player that, yes, we did see at a recent Champions Week, but somebody who maybe because we set the bar high, we're expecting maybe a little bit more from him at certain times.
Game on.
Yeah, I think sometimes maybe an over-expectation as well. And I think some of that comes on the fact of how long it feels like he's been around the sport. He's just 20 years of age, which
100.
always raises my eyebrows because he's been playing darts for 22. It's just
97.
the way he burst onto the scene, isn't it? Did that run at the UK Open, hit the 9-darter.
85.
He's won WDF ranked events. He's played at the World Championships, the World Cup, that big run at the UK Open. He's still only 20 years old. He's a player that it's sort of going to happen for.
44.
It's just a matter of when rather than if.
And despite having those mesmeric heights, he has had one or two disappointments as well.
45.
Lakeside didn't quite go to the type of plan that he would have liked it to. He came in with big expectations when it came to that particular tournament at the back end of
38.
last year.
And these are two players that do have a little bit of recent history as well. When I had a bit of a chat with Marvin
19.
this morning, he was keen to tell me that he actually played Sebastian Bialecki in a development tour not too long ago when he was having a bit of a run, and then Bialecki ended that with a 1-2-2 finish. So he is out for a little bit of revenge here this week, is Van Velzen.
47.
Bialecki got through the first game of the tournament, beat Scott Marsh by 2-0 for then losing in the second round to eventual champion Andy Barton. So it's a clean sweep of sets for the Belgian. Although actually,
45.
if you look at the evidence of proceedings, the sets ran quite close. Barton's winning the sets 3-2, 3-1, 3-2. So Bialecki gave as close an order as he possibly could, but Barnes in that tournament was simply unplayable.
60.
It was the man, wasn't he? But it wasn't just that tournament, it was kind of the year for Andy Bartons. He was the man of the year.
60.
Right, full champion, then now found playing on the PDC Pro Tour, picking up his tour
97.
card and
Marvin, you require 147.
putting in some good performances.
Won a World Championship final by conceding just 7
75.
legs in the entirety
Sebastian, you
of that
require
final.
118.
That's how dominant he was. Bialecki hoping to be the dominant man here this week. 118 to take the opening leg against Fro, and he's going to have a dart at double 19 to do exactly that. No mistake, and that is the first topping finish of the week. It goes to Bialecki, and he leads 1-0.
Well, the last leg that these two played, Sebastian Bialecki won that on the development tour, 1-2-2 finish, and then the next leg, granted there's a little bit of a gap between the two, but he hits him with another ton topper. 118 finish there for Sebastian Bialecki, showing no early nerves from him. And that's what we're seeing here, really, isn't it? We've seen some nice glimpses from the three
96.
more unknown sort of players this week, but the experience has really been the telling factor in these opening lap of fixtures.
96.
I think the one thing we are seeing from Sebastian is more of a maturity as a player. I think he's always been wise beyond his years, hasn't he? For someone
55.
aged 18, 19, he's always had a very mature head. I think he's grown in confidence as well. I mean, at the start, when we moved to Portsmouth, kind of kept himself to himself, but as time's gone along, has Obviously developed with his
86.
English, always comes in, says hello, shakes everybody's hands when you see him in the morning. Did so again this morning.
122.
Tell you what, that was a bit of a fist pump there from Marvin. He is the type of player, we saw it the last time he was here, that when things do go his way, he likes to let other people know about it.
I like that as well within a player. You like to
82.
see what it means to them, show the emotion. Something we're seeing a little bit more as well here at the Super Series, isn't it? A bit more animation from the players.
140.
And part of that probably is due to the fact that there's now more prize money on the line. The £25,000 grand prize.
And of course, also with the restructuring, every position now means a prize, whereas
85.
previously you got
Marvin,
the
you
same
require
flat appearance
88.
fee, no matter where you finish in the group. There's jeopardy now in terms of winning Group A as to not winning Group A. Double 14.
60. Sebastian, you require 52.
This is to race into a 2-0 lead. Hasn't been at his best so far, Sebastian, but he's been able to just do enough.
44. Marvin, you require 28.
He's passed 2 opportunities up there. So Van Velzen back for double 14 for the break back and 1-1.
No score.
Got further away with
Sebastian, you
each of those
require
darts,
8.
did Van Velzen. Bialecki may be able to avoid that annoying situation
Shot
where
on
you
second
break the
leg,
throw in the
Sebastian
opening leg and
Bialecki.
give it straight back. He survived an opportunity there from Van Velzen, but Bialecki again
leg,
just
it's
showing
Marvin
that
to throw first.
experience.
Game on.
It is weird, isn't it, when you're talking about a player who is the
77.
younger player being significantly more experienced like Bialecki is.
Well, I think we walked into the door this morning and I even spoke about it with Chris Mason when the
100.
lineups were announced on Thursday night that Bialecki is well, actually the 2 fancy players this week have a combined age of 39.
60.
That's Sebastian Bialecki and Bo Greaves. Says a lot about the changing face of the sport.
Thanks for that. I just
96.
feel really old now.
So the 2 fancy players have a combined age of 39, and then we've got
83.
2 players playing their trade on the World Seniors Tour, and Scott Mitchell and Kevin Painter. It really is the place where worlds combine.
$79. $95.
Really puts a lot into that throw, doesn't he? Van Velzen. Very aggressive thrower. Someone who's tinkered around with equipment a lot over time, and you tend to find that when you've got this sort of real strong arm sort of throw that...
120.
Was he trying to leave
Sebastian, you
6?
require 86.
I think he was trying to leave 6.
Scoreboard pressure, maybe trying to unsettle Bialecki. Double 16 for 14 darter.
54. Marvin, you require 66.
And because of that, he may only get a darter double here, Van Velzen. Two 18s.
48.
Doesn't go. He's now missed 6 at a double
Sebastian,
in
you
this
require
game.
32. Game shot on the third leg.
3-0
Sebastian
Bialecki. He's not playing at his best, but he's not letting any drama creep into proceedings.
Fourth flag. It's Sebastian to
3
throw
from
first.
7 on the outer ring. It's by
Game
far
on.
the best double stats we've seen from anybody so far today. Well, Boehm was 3 from 5. Okay, tell a lie. But in terms of a player
100.
who could be stepping over the finishing line, everybody's had their toil and troubles. Painter 4 from 15. Mitchell 4 from 17. Mulvey 1 from 17. Van Velzen's missed 6.
81.
And a double here and yet to hit one.
140.
Just like in the last game, when Kevin Painter
85.
started to get that nose in front, really drove home the advantage. I feel the same's happening now for Sebastian Bialecki. Looking to follow in the footsteps of Scott Mitchell, who won his opening game 4-3, and Kevin Painter, who picked up a 4-1 victory. And then
91.
the Monday morning blues would have been over, and I think we'll really start to pick things up in a lap number 2. We've seen Bialecki
83.
take this out many
Sebastian
times on
Uruguay,
this stage.
170.
He's hit it against Luke Littler, against Steve Hine. He was actually the man that stopped the dominance of Luke Littler in this venue.
44.
Here's the reason why there was no hat-trick for the Nuke. Where you could audibly hear the cry of "Oh my" from
40.
Van Velzen there.
Sebastian Uruguay, 126.
6 in the match. Doesn't need to toil around the bullseye if he doesn't want to, and so may move across to treble 15. That's exactly what he did.
86.
And he's himself on tops upon his return for a 4-0 success.
It's been comfortable, hasn't it? It's been without much resistance. Yes,
39.
Van Velzen's had a couple of darts at double, but they've been on the back of Bialecki mistakes. It's been all about the Polishman.
Game
And he
shot,
does
and the match,
get the job
Sebastian
done. A
Bialecki.
comfortable victory in the end there. 4-0 for Sebastian Bialecki, who completes the lap of fixtures for the experienced players. Mitchell, Painter and Bialecki all picking up the wins. For Van Velzen, it wasn't the start he'd been hoping, but the Terminator will be back.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Marvin Van Velzen by 4 legs to nil, averaging 82-36, 4 from 9 on the doubles, and kickstarting the game with a 118 checkout. Well, next up, it really is two of the most experienced campaigners here at the Super Series, Scott Mitchell and Kevin Painter, going toe-to-toe. I promise I won't use the V word in describing either of these two players, but we know that they are vastly experienced here, not just on this stage, but on many stages around
First
the world.
leg, it's Scott to throw
A
first.
world champion against a world championship finalist, and first things first, so they're going to have a fist bump, they're going to have a handshake. We've all been in that awkward moment, haven't we? It's our 4th game of the morning session. Still 11 more games to bring you here.
40.
Mitchell got over the line, but had to toil towards the victory post against
45.
Doug Boehm in match 1. He had led 2-0, had darts for a 3-0 lead. Missed 13 darts all in all, but managed to prevail in the last leg decider. As for Painter, well, after initial issues on the doubles and Ray Mulvey missing 16 of them,
100.
he then ran over the line, a 4-1 victor, running towards the victory post in the end.
43.
We were talking about combined ages of the favourites here this week. Well, the combined age of the two players on stage right now is 109. I believe you'd get a letter for that, don't you?
81.
You get a letter from the king in your 100th birthday, and I believe every single year after that.
So they'd have 10 letters.
134.
Indeed they would. Two players that in their pomp were prolific winners of ranking titles. Mitchell
100.
in the BDO Co, Painter primarily in the PDC.
100.
Does make you wonder, doesn't it, if Scott Mitchell may look to try and have another go at that Lakeside.
125.
Know he's very passionate about his darts on that code, the England captain, and was doing a bit of punditry work down at Lakeside. I wonder if when those Open qualifiers come around, if we're going to see S.
43.
Mitchell on the entry list.
55.
Well, a few years ago, in the first set of qualifiers for the Lakeside, as Mitchell goes to double 18, there was a lot of big names that were involved in that. In the end, it was Jared Cole and Johnny Haynes that got through it as Mitchell leads 1-0. Well, I know that the last set, they actually put the qualifiers up to 4.
Game on.
And I just wonder whether there's room, because the way that the system works of travelling around Europe, a lot of players won't do that these days because of other priorities and other commitments. The game's become far more local again. There may be the possibility of players just going out for a week, playing the World Masters, the Lakeside qualifier, would be more appealing to a lot more.
See, I think it'd be appealing to some of the players, but I think the way it works at the moment with the lack of travellers
60.
as such, and with the localised events, I think you get a more true world championship. And ultimately, that's the competitive market that they can be in, that it is a true reflection of the world rankings, because you haven't got players going over to
100.
Australia. The players in Australia are the Australians that are winning it. The players coming from sort of Hong Kong, the Europeans, you know, you tend to find that
100.
we're starting to see so many different nations represented high up in that world ranking that maybe they've actually got it right.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, you look at territories that are now expanding. I mean, we've spoken so often about Sweden and that whole
100.
Scandinavian region is having a
Kevin, you
real
require
renaissance
161.
over recent months. Both players here on 161 after 9. Painter will first poke at it and is going to
105.
set up.
Scott, you require 161.
Using the bullseye there with the last dart, just to ensure that he gets a 2-darter, regardless if he hits the ball or the 25. So, good thinking there from Kev. That's one thing he's never been accused of, is it? Painter getting his numbers wrong.
137. Kevin, you require 56.
Well, one on a single to double and one on a double. Painter will get a couple of goes at tops. Double 10. Doesn't go, and it
36.
grazes the wire, and Mitchell is back for a 2-0 lead. But remember,
Scott, you
he
require
led 2-0 in this
24.
first game, was then pulled back by Boehm. Can't get any closer. But
12.
can't find a way in.
Kevin, you require 20.
Normally when you send Kevin Painter the invitation, he replies with yes please.
Game shot on his second leg, Kevin Painter.
Swiftly followed by thank you very much. A little bit of frustration there from Kevin Painter, despite the fact that was a
Third leg,
16
it's
dart
Scott to
leg,
throw
but
first.
he is someone who sort of analyses legs and moments, and he'll probably be looking at that situation thinking, I had to survive a missed chance there from Mitchell.
60.
Kevin's one of those players that's happy to win, but isn't satisfied unless he plays to the level that he knows that he's capable of.
And that's where it gets frustrating as the
100.
sort of mileage comes on the clock and the years tick on. You know, Father Time is still undefeated. And that'll be the frustrating thing for Kev, because he'll know in his mind
100.
what he can do, what he's done. And when it doesn't come through, it gets frustrating. And then what ultimately is frustrating is when you see
140.
glimpses like we do from Kevin, where he'll come up and throw 100 average, and he goes, why can't I do that on the consistency that I did before?
Do you also think the fact that he didn't play at the Champion of Champions, his first World Seniors TV event that he's missed, do you reckon that will
140.
be the type of thing that gives him that bee in the bonnet?
Oh, he's certainly very encouraged. He's certainly trying and working hard at his game.
82.
Practice regularly. He's entering tournaments, but a slip there from Kevin Painter. Let's just give Scott Mitchell a bit of breathing room now on the throw.
As if things weren't bad enough for Kevin not
105.
playing in that event. He was then told, oh, can you sit in a commentary box for a couple of days? Nothing worse, is there, Matt, than not qualifying for a tour and having to sit in a comms booth, is there?
I'd go the opposite. I think there's nothing better.
That's because qualifying's
59.
a rarity
Scott,
for you these
require
days.
96.
It means I have to go and embarrass myself, doesn't it? I'd rather...
Do it in here.
Yeah.
Double 18 for 14 data.
Game
And
shot
a
on his
2-1
third leg,
lead.
Scott Mitchell.
Well, from the midst of a game that was just kind of going through the motions, a moment
Fourth
of
leg,
excellence
it's
from
Kevin
Scotty
to throw
Dog.
first. Game on. $100.
You sort of get the feeling that in terms of this Group A, that this is our sort of heavyweight clash.
60.
This is the one that could be the deciding head-to-head. Obviously, Sebastian Bialecki is going to have a say in that, and I think
100.
Doug could be a bit of a dark horse. That is your next fixture as well, so keep around for that one, because that could give us a lot of information.
And of course, you can get in touch with us via our social media
100.
feeds at MSS Darts on Facebook, X and Instagram. You can also keep in touch with us via the YouTube chat room. And do tell us whereabouts you're tuning in
55.
from today, and we will shout you out from wherever you're tuning in from today as well. It could be in the UK, could be in Europe, could be somewhere in sunnier climes around the world. Do let us know where you're tuning in from, because obviously we've got a Pole in action, we've got an Irishman in action, we've got an American in action, a Dutchman in action.
140.
I'm sure there's a very much a cosmopolitan feel to those who are joining us for our coverage over the course of the morning.
100.
Be interesting as well to know who you're tuning in to see. Who are you hoping wins the week? Who are you hoping wins the group?
When it comes to this match, Kevin Painter's going to be
100.
hoping it's
Kevin, you
him.
require
He's
146.
going to need a couple of trebles here to get a dart at the double.
$60. Scott, you require 101.
Well, to move himself one away and to open up a two-leg cushion. And he's going to give himself a dart at double 16 for the 101, and the 3-1 lead is back-to-back pops for Scott Mitchell. And that one, a ton-topping one. 3-1 he leads.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
That's two good finishes, that from Mitchell. 96 in the last leg, 101 in this one. Average over the 96 mark. This is solid from the England captain.
100. $96.
And the thing is, these two will know each other's games inside out. Even if they never played all the time when they were at the peak of their powers, they know exactly what each other are about, whether it be playing for the seniors or watching themselves on the big events or watching each other on the big events.
100.
There's nothing about this pair that's going to be a surprise to one another.
And these are the games where you'll get the best performances, where you're not
100.
engaged, you're not watching, you're not looking at what your opponent is doing. I have just noticed we have got someone joining us today from Salou in Spain. Kevin, I had the best week of my life out there. Yeah, I'm sure you're having a fantastic time. Joining us from all around the world, it seems, this morning. Nice to have you with us.
140.
Some Super Series action. Big week. Every group, I think, has got a good individual story.
Good fire on the last dart. Joe was blocked, so went downstairs. Leaves himself 104 after 12 for the match, Mitchell. But what can Painter do by way of response? Well, set up perfectly.
133.
Will leave
Scott, you
himself on
require
32 after
104.
12 for the break if this does not go for the match for Mitchell. Just the other side of the treble 18 wire. So Painter is going to come back to break the Mitchell throw, return the game to throw at 3-2.
41.
This
Kevin,
is the
you
sort of leg
require
Kevin needed to
32.
get that breaker throw, that 12 to 15 dart bracket.
$16. Scott, you require
Don't think you need our
63.
reactions to tell you exactly how Kev's feeling. Well, this is for 2 wins for 2 for Scott Mitchell to kickstart the day. One dart at tops. Doesn't go.
23.
Painter's going to get another chance.
Kevin, you require 16.
Can't afford to spurn this opportunity.
Game shot on a fifth
And it
leg,
goes back
Kevin
to
Painter.
3-2. Painter breaks. The game returns to throw, and now he has the darts to take us to a last leg decider. And Scott
Sixth
Mitchell's
leg,
been
it's
involved in the
Kevin to
only
throw first.
last leg decider
Game on.
so far today. Maybe he's trying to give us our money's worth.
95. $140.
Scott Mitchell is one of the players that would probably benefit from having a couple of days off, being quite local. A lot of the time, players having to travel, like Kevin Painter joining us from rugby. You don't expect that if he was to get through on Wednesday that he'd be heading back to rugby to come back for Saturday. So Scott Mitchell could actually go home and make the
60.
most of those couple of days.
Well, I think this is a bit of a holiday for Scott because it means a few days away from the farm. In terms of the scoring in this game,
59.
Scott Mitchell, 14 ton plus throws, 4 ton 40 pluses, 92.5 the average. Been a very good performance. The scoring was okay in game 1 against Doug, but the finishing left a lot to be desired. If he clicks all the components together, he is going to be a severe threat. But Painter 6 darts to take us all the way.
$42.
How Mitchell would crave a 2-treble turn right here. Not trouble of that proportional variety, mind.
24.
Well, he's
Kevin, you
allowed
require
Kevin Painter
125.
as much time as he wants to clean this leg up and take us the distance. Tops.
85.
Time that he's going to use. Returning back for tops to take us all the way. Nothing Mitchell can do from here. Just hit and hope.
38.
It might
Kevin,
be
you
hope and
require
hope
40.
for Scott Mitchell.
Don't know what's happened, but
Game
something's
starter,
fallen
stick
off for
flag,
Scotty
Kevin
Dog, and
Painter.
Painter's taken us all the way.
Well, Scott
7th
Mitchell
and
was in
final
this
leg. It's
situation
Scott
in
to
his
throw first.
opening game when he'd
Game
taken on Doug, but if you remember, Doug missed 12 darts at the treble at the start of that leg. We don't expect that Kevin Painter's going to give Scott Mitchell the same luxury. But he does have the luxury of throwing first on this
100.
occasion, does Scott Mitchell.
Well, out of a possible 14 legs Scott Mitchell could play today, he has played all 14.
100.
And both players exchanging tons at the beginning of this final leg. Is that the moment that just swings the game back in Mitchell's favour? It was a 140 in the end.
$140.
Kevin just sticking with him, hoping for the mistake, hoping for the miss.
$100.
Which doesn't look like it's going to be coming, so it might just need to be a moment of quality, a moment of class from the artist. Needs to come away. Again,
86.
looks at the bullseye, unable to find it. He could have used the
Scott, you require
19s.
161.
Instead, Scott Mitchell now 6 darts, which we know he will go for the 161. Should he get the opportunity? He's got a dart at the ball.
136.
And he grazes the wire. He's going to come back for a couple of double eight, or at least should come back for a couple of double eight upon his return.
95.
Big
Scott,
last.
you require 25.
Big hit. Puts himself in striking distance. Should that miss appear?
Game
But
shot
Scott
and the
Mitchell is
match.
up to the
Scott
task, and he
Mitchell.
makes it 2 wins and 2 to kickstart the day. He gets the better of Kevin Painter in a last leg decider. Scott Mitchell has played every leg he could possibly play so far today, and he looks like a happy camper, doesn't he? 2 wins and 2 for Scotty Dog Mitchell. Average in excess of 90, 4 from 11 on the doubles, and a 101 finish. And it turns out he's got a bit of a jive about him as well. Coming up after the break, Sebastian Bialecki up against Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Mitchell made it 2 wins and 2 by getting the better of Kevin Painter in a last leg decider. Sebastian Bialecki looking to follow suit. He got the better with Marvin van Velzen by 4-0 in the opening game, whilst Doug Bowe's just checking what time it is. Well, it's tungsten time, Doug, as he plays his second game of the day. He lost out to Mitchell in the last leg decider in game 1 of the session. And he's gearing up ahead of a big battle. Actually, it's interesting. He's wearing one of those fancy watches. I remember having a chat with Jared Cole once upon a time. He played in... Funny enough, we talk about the Lakeside qualifiers. He played in the final qualifier for Lakeside. And apparently the leg that he needed to go and win the qualifier, his smartwatch was vibrating saying, 76. Your heart rate is too high. Can you please calm down?
Well, easier said than done, I suppose.
100.
In that scenario, it probably makes it worse, doesn't it?
Can we have a timeout in this game, please? I just need to go and lower my heart rate.
58.
That'd make an interesting feature, wouldn't it? Players playing with heart rate monitors.
I tried it in snooker during the Christmas period. They had a 900 event, which was televised on terrestrial television, and they actually attached a heart rate monitor to the players.
$59.
In terms of Doug,
100.
there was a lot for you, wasn't there, in that first game that you were impressed by?
I like him. I think he's a bit of a player. I think he's going to be here on Saturday. I think he's an outsider. 18-1 available on Doug at the start of play. And I was only more impressed from the conversation I had with him earlier on, and he just filled in the blanks, filled in the gaps, because there is not a lot of information out there, certainly from 2015
100.
onwards for Doug. That is when he relocated, moved over to China. Was there between 2015 and 2018, then COVID, which meant that
100.
wasn't able to travel and play darts and events. Didn't really like the online style of darts. Then had children who are still young, 5 and 3 years old. So only really started playing properly again in 2022. And, well, we know he had success straight away with that World Series event.
The ball for Seb. Not to
94.
be. And so,
Doug, you require 96.
Boehm back for 96. Double 18. Double 9 for Doug.
87.
But he pulls that last one, and Bialecki back for the opening leg. Hasn't dropped a leg so far today.
Didn't throw that at all, Doug. Just sort of flops out of the hand.
That was thrown.
It was thrown very well from Sebastian Bialecki, who dodges a bit of a bullet there. Doug will feel that he should have broke the throw.
Game on.
We'll be throwing here with just a little bit of frustration now.
$60.
Tells me he's beat pretty much everybody over in America, everyone who's anybody. He's also got a nice little victory against a legend of the sport. I mean, we could say Larry Butler was a legend of the sport when he beat him, the first ever world match play champion, but it's not him I'm talking about. I'm talking about Paul Lim.
Just having a look at the overhead angle. Two players where the dart's going in two complete different ways. Doug's going a bit of a stack, so anything that's sat below like that is a useful guide for him, whereas yes, Seb stand up, but they kind of stand up in a way that a dart below isn't a disaster because he can work across as long as it's not central in the board. That being the case in point, he can work along to the right-hand side. We saw it in the previous visit where he hit the 140, 57. Having seen the first dart drag below. Bialecki first to finish against the throw, but Doug able to leave it more makeable here.
140.
And he leads himself on a double
Sebastian, you
after
require
12.
164.
And he's going to get free in hand to square this particular contest up.
78. Doug, you require 36.
Be the first leg that Bialecki has dropped so far today.
Game shot on a second leg.
That's a 13
Doug
darter for Doug Boehm. He levels this game up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I think he's going to grow into the week. I think he's going to do something pretty special.
123.
I certainly expect to see him here on Saturday. And we was asked the question earlier on. Who do we think is going to win the week? Who is our prediction?
47.
I'm going with the value here, Brian. I'm going with Doug at 18. Do let us know who you think's going to win the week, Brian, and anyone else who's joining us
45.
for some Super Series action here on a Monday morning.
And hello to all of those joining us from all around the world. Tell us where you are tuning in from. Watching from Matlock in Derbyshire,
36.
Birmingham, Brian Harding. Watching for Birmingham. I only discovered the Modus series a few weeks ago. Been great to see the likes of Steve Hine playing on it, who I remember watching as a kid playing for Warwickshire County. We've got
140.
people from Hertfordshire, the Netherlands watching in, Kingston, Jamaica, Newfoundland in Canada. David Green tuning in from my lazy boy sofa with a built-in beer
76.
fridge. Now that's a guy who knows how to do things nicely and conveniently.
And that's like, would have come in at 10-something a.m. on a Monday morning.
4-5 in Scotland. Do you remember that football score? 4-4, East 5-5.
100. Sebastian, you require 54.
Tops for Seb. Double 10. He has got time here. Doug hasn't made any severe inroads in
Shot on
this
the
leg,
third
but it's
leg,
won
Sebastian
comfortably
Bialecki.
in the leisure of Sebastian Bialecki. Leads 2-1, 15 dart holder throw.
Fourth leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game
Game
on.
so far, which is going to plan, going with throw.
$95.
Love the story behind the no-name nickname as well, and
82.
just sort of tells you a bit about his personality, a bit about his character, just how we can embrace those sort of moments.
$92. $134. $81.
Just looking at the early pace setters here, you see Scott Mitchell winning his opening 2 games so far. Top of the table on 4 points. Bialecki winning 4-0 in his opener. And then looking good again. And they're actually going to come head-to-head in lap number 3.
So group so far, which is having twists and turns at every single nook and cranny.
119.
That's a big score there for
Sebastian, you
Boehm
require
to
164.
keep him in the picture in this leg. Bialecki isn't going to take out the 164.
59. Doug, you require 114.
Well, this is to square up at 2 apiece. And 2 minds, but we'll begin on the 20s. Tops.
Game shot
Beautifully
on a
done.
flag.
And level we are
Bang.
at 2-2.
And he couldn't make his mind up there, could he? You saw the eyes. There was up, there was
Fifth
down,
leg,
there
it's
was up. He
Sebastian to
stepped
throw
back, he
first.
reapproached the hockey.
Game
He
on.
didn't know which way he was going to go. In the end, he went the right way. He went the way. He took it out.
125.
But Bialecki isn't one that's going to be perturbed by moments like that. Probably one of his strongest suits is the fact that he can go through a situation, not let anything kind of falter him.
57.
I remember that 9 dart he hit here at the Super Series in Champions Week. There was a little bit of a celebration, but I think his opponent, Anton Östlund, I think enjoyed the scenario a bit more than he did.
125.
I think it was a bit of an invasion of personal space, really, from Anton on that occasion.
We have seen that on various stages as well,
100.
haven't we? The invasion of personal space that sometimes hasn't been very well appreciated by the opponent player.
Are you talking about Vincent van der Voort and Cameron Menzies by any chance?
Well, that's one situation that comes to mind.
82.
There used to be certain players you'd play and you knew you just had to get a little bit of separation because you knew the big cuddle was incoming.
108.
That's a big hit from Doug. He did this in his last game as well. Just when you start to think he may be out of it, he hits big.
137. Doug, you require
He's going to have to hit big
164.
and back it up with something big.
He's not going to find the 164, and so Bialecki leaving himself double 16 after 12 to move himself back in front. The
55.
first game was rather
Sebastian, you
comfortable for the
require
pole. This one
32.
had a bit more ebb and flow to it. To leave for the third time in the match.
Game shot on a
14
fifth leg,
darts of
Sebastian
Bialecki. He edges in front once more and is now 1 away from victory.
Sixth leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
Good game this. Sebastian
100.
averaging 95. Doug averaging 92.
$140.
That's a perfect dart there for Doug when that one just sits on the
100.
bottom wire. People understanding their darts and their equipment. You'll see that in the next game. Ray Mulvey, very unusual equipment, but something that he'd been working with and
44.
tinkering with for time to make him believe that that's the setup for him.
$125.
Disappointed because Solchi 140 would have left him on a finish. That straight into the 5 means that he's going to have to do a bit more work in this leg.
98.
Just sort of live and breathe every dart, doesn't he, Doug? He's very emotional, really invested in the matches.
136.
One thing that does though, does provide a more entertaining watch when you get to really see the emotion of the player. I mean, we've got a player here called the Terminator, but that's kind of what you'd expect of Bialecki. Very expressionless throughout the
137.
matches.
Doug, you require 40.
Tops for Doug.
Game shot on
And
a
3-3
sixth
it is.
leg,
Been a good
Doug
quality
Bang.
contest. A lot of legs being won in that 5-visit range. And we go to a decider once
Seventh
again.
and
It's
final
the
leg. It's Sebastian to throw
third
first.
game from 5
Game
that
on.
has gone the distance. And it is Bialecki who has the darts.
Well, Doug has been in this
100.
situation already today. He played the opening game. It was 3-all against Scott Mitchell. He went 12 darts without a treble. That is not going to be the case here. That first dart going in is a good settler.
140.
He was giving it some stacks there, wasn't he, Doug, with that 140.
Still is.
177.
Oh, it's our referee Jack Garwood's turn to give it some stacks.
Meanwhile, Bialecki is just walking down the hockey as if he was just having a nice stroll down the beach on a Sunday afternoon.
140.
It's not quite John Norman Jr.-esque, but it is fairly much not keeping your cards close to your chest by Doug. He's enjoying himself, and it's good to see.
100.
How can you not enjoy yourself when you're playing like this? This is his debut here this week at the Super Series, averaging just shy of 100.
140. Sebastian, you require
3 consecutive 140s in the last leg to side. Leads 81 after 9, but he may not even get a go. If Bialecki can find the treble 18 and the subsequent bullseye. Just double check to see whether that was in the treble bed. And that
91.
dips way below the bullseye, so
Doug, you require
Boehm's
81.
back for the match, 81.
For his first victory here at the Super Series against a man who won 4-0 in his opening lap. Happy accident. Not a happy accident. That is a horror show of a mistake.
His first mistake in this last leg decider could be
41.
the costly one,
Sebastian,
because
you require
Bialecki's back for
33.
2 in hand. A double 16.
Game shot.
To seal a
Unmatched.
4-3 win, a
Sebastian
puff of
Bialecki.
relief on the face of Sebastian Bialecki, a look of disappointment on the face of Doug Boehm. He's played 2 games, they've both gone the distance, and he's lost the pair by 4 legs to 3. It was a good quality contest. Both players averaging in the deep 90s. Bialecki winning with an average of 97.02. 4 from 10 on the doubles. It means that he moves to the top of the table. 4 points to his name. Coming up next, the final game from the second lap of fixtures sees Ray Mulvey and Marvin van Velzen go toe-to-toe. Back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where we are enjoying a closely fought day of darts here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, and some good quality affairs as well, including the one before the break where Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging in the mid-90s. Boehm losing out of a 98.12. Bialecki getting over the line for 97.02. 4 from 10 on the doubles to get over the line and to seal success. His second win from 2 matches, and because of his legs difference, he is top of the pile. Next up for us, Marvin van Velzen up against Ray Mulvey, and in case you didn't know who was who, Marvin van Velzen's the guy in green, Ray Mulvey is the guy in green.
First leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
In most other sports, you'd have to change shirts because of the kit clash.
You used to have to. In darts,
45.
when you used to go to a TV event, if you was a lower ranked player, you used to have to take 2 shirts because you wasn't allowed to wear the same coloured shirt as the opponent, and the highest ranked player
58.
got to choose which shirt they worn. So if you traditionally wore a green shirt, for example,
99.
and you was going up against Van Gerwen, you'd have to change. It only recently changed just a couple of years ago on the basis that they felt it was just taking away a
60.
little bit from player identity and personalisation. I mean, if you go against Peter Wright, you really don't know what colour he's going to wear, so you would have to take the 2 in. It was always handy when you played a Dave Chisnell, because you know yellow's sorted. He's not going to turn up in a random blue shirt one day.
100.
However, if you played the psyche the other way round, you're the world number 1 and Michael Van Gerwen's the world number 2. Surely you turn up in a green shirt.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
56.
That's exactly what I would do.
$57.
I remember playing Simon Whitlock in the Players' Championship finals, and he always wore a green shirt, and I used to wear green, but mine was a different shade of green, so I put it on to
60.
see if I'd get away with it.
Marvin, you require
And I did.
146.
I felt like a naughty schoolboy.
Any naughty finishing up the sleeve for Van Velzen? The 146 isn't going to go.
86.
Well, Mulvey
Ray,
had a
you
bit of a
require
mare on the doubles.
120.
He missed 16 on the outer ring in his first game against Kevin Painter. But what can you make of the 120?
100.
Would have been ironic if he pinned it first time,
Marvin,
wouldn't
you
it?
require 60.
Like an Alanis Morissette CD. Tops.
40.
Doesn't go, and like that
Ray, you
game against
require
Painter
20.
early on, Mulvey's going to get a multitude of opportunities at the double to take the leg out. But like the game against Painter, he's going to spurn those
18.
opportunities, and he's left
Marvin, you
himself on the
require
madhouse.
20. Game shot
And
on
Van
the first
Velzen
leg.
breaks and
Marvin
leads
van
1-0,
Velzen.
and he lets his opponent know all about it.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on. $140.
I mean, the problem for Ray is clear and evident, isn't it?
60.
He's hit 1 dart at the double from the 20 attempts so far, and if Razor's going to have any hope today, you feel he's going to have to shave a few off of that.
85.
Stop it.
$44.
It comes to sort when you're the only one laughing at your own jokes, isn't it?
Yes, it's very sad, very pathetic. No one else would do it.
137.
Someone out there would have found that funny, I'm sure.
100. Marvin, you require 139.
Talking about stepping it up, though. Look at this from Marvin.
99.
Tops. After just 12 darts.
140. Marvin, you require
2-0.
40. Game
And
shot
Van
on the second
Velzen, a
leg.
13
Marvin
dart. He
van
really is
Velzen.
getting going. And for Ray Mulvey, we say happy birthday, but what he has done so far has been giving
Third
the
leg,
presents
it's
to the
Rachel for
others.
first. Game on.
It's not a bad way to spend your birthday, is it? Making your televised debut?
137.
I can think of worse ways.
Born on the 22nd of April, 1988.
45.
I'm sure I'm not the only one, though, who's thinking, where's our cakes?
Selfish.
Do you know, I've never understood the logic of that. Right? Yeah, the it's my birthday, I'm going to bring you all cakes. I've never quite understood that. Surely it's my birthday, you should be bringing me a cake.
Why do you think I'm not coming in on my birthday?
95.
Is it because you don't want the bumps?
Especially if Chris Mason's in commentary.
42.
But I thought I'd give you all a break from me as well.
We are very appreciative.
80.
However, you can still come to my birthday bash.
$50. Ray, you require 144.
144 for Mulvey. Has got 6 from here. He's just sensing. He just needs a leg where he doesn't faff about on the
65.
doubles. Just to make him feel comfortable and maybe more at home on that stage. You could tell what happened in the opening game against Painters had a bit of a hangover
41.
effect into game 2.
Ray, you
But
require
he's got an opportunity
79.
to pull one back here. 6 on 79. Tops. He's hoping get it first time. No messing
39.
about.
Yeah, the longer it goes, the more the demons will start to rear their heads here for Ray,
58.
and you feel
Ray,
this
you require
ideally needs to be the first start.
Double 10.
40.
In it
Gets on the
goes.
third
Back
leg,
to
Ray
2-1.
Mulvey.
Tend to find when you've been missing a lot, you get with the last start, it feels a bit more like relief
Fourth leg,
rather
it's
than
Marvin to
joy.
throw first.
I was just
Game on.
watching the expressions there from Ray, and he doesn't give too much away, to be fair to him. Just a little puff of the cheeks, then an exhale
57.
of breath, and head down. Certainly no engagement or eye contact with the opponent.
140.
Interesting. We'll look at this a little bit more today develops. Marvin not a slow player in terms of on the hockey, but it's just been a couple of times where
140.
he's just stood at the back, just taking a breath, and then approached the hockey to throw his 3 darts.
140.
The big roar, the big cry, the big max for Van Velzen.
85.
Put him
Marvin,
into
you
a 3-1
require
lead and to put him one away for the
124.
match. Doesn't go, and so is Mulvey, who has so far
64.
today
Ray, you require
missed 24 darts at a double. So 22 darts at a double, got a 136 in the locker. Not to be this time, and so Van Velzen for 3-1.
45. Marvin, you require 60.
Tots for 14 dart
on the
leg, and to
fourth
put
leg,
Van
Marvin Van
Velzen to have been one of the finishing line. It would be for his first win at the Super Series.
Fifth leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
I'm noticing an awful lot of support for
60.
Ray Mulvey today in the chat box, and that's one of the things I've noticed with Irish darts. They are very passionate and supportive of their own. Did spend a bit of
60.
time over there at the back end of last year, going over to the Irish Open, the WF ranked event down in Killarney, and that was one of the things that really stood out for me, sort of
100.
the home passion and support that they give to their own.
140.
Seems to be the same here with the support they're offering Ray.
We've already got a couple of players on the Republic of Ireland into Champions League,
140.
Conor Heenan and Kieran Tierney. And Conor's already promised that if he makes it through to Champions Night, that there will be a busload making their way from the Emerald
140.
Isle over to the south coast.
Did you say how big of a bus it was? Was it a minibus? Was it a
100.
double-decker?
Marvin, you require 160.
Was it a bendy bus?
An omnibus? Well, it's to keep this game going.
93.
And you may have to
Ray, you
take it
require
with Van Velzen
101.
poised on 68 to take the match out. And for Ball to leave double 16, as though Van Velzen's going to return
61.
for 68 to seal a
Marvin, you
4-1
require
success
68.
and to turn around that 4-0 drubbing from Sebastian Bialecki in his opening game. Double 4 doesn't go.
64.
Mulvey's back for
Ray,
more
you
darts in
require
hand
40.
to pull it back to 3-2. Tops is what he wants.
Same situation as last time. Last start in
30.
hand, double 10.
Marvin, you
But it might be
require
the same
4.
situation in regards to the result, because this is 3 match starts.
Game shot.
And
the
it is
match.
double 2
Marvin
for the
Van
2
Velzen.
points for Marvin Van Velzen, who overturns that 4-0 defeat he suffered to Sebastian Bialecki in his first game of a 4-1 success against Ray Mulvey in match 2. Mulvey, who again, that same issue with the doubling continuing to plague him today. Van Velzen runs out a 4-1 win. A good performance as well. 88.12 the average, 50% on the doubles. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Scott Mitchell and Sebastian Bialecki in the first game of round 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Monday morning. This is what we've seen so far. Scott Mitchell winning the first game against Doug Boehm, but so far so good for Sebastian Bialecki. 2 wins from 2 to start his day. Scott Mitchell following up with his first 4-3 win with a second against Kevin Painter. And it means Bialecki and Mitchell both top of the pile, but somebody's always got to go in this next encounter, because Mitchell and Bialecki will go toe-to-toe in the first game of the 3rd round of fixtures. Bialecki, who played so well in his previous match against Doug Boehm, 97 average to get over the line 4-3. Mitchell also improved from game 1 to game 2, up from 83.5 to 90.4, although there is a caveat to that first game in the fact that he did miss 13 darts at a double. Is it fair to say, Matt, that over the course of the first 2 rounds of fixtures, the player that's looked the most flatline in terms of performance was Sebastian Bialecki?
Very fair to say so. But you know what it's like when you're coming up against somebody who's
Game on.
got reputation like Scott Mitchell does, and someone who plays with the pace like Scott Mitchell does. This is the sort of game, though, that I feel we're looking at the player that's not going to affect in Sebastian Bialecki. You look at some of the players, you think they may struggle with the slower pace of Mitchell, but it's got to be said, he is playing a little bit quicker today, I feel, Scott Mitchell. I keep feeling like he's going to slow down the pace, but just watching him take the darts out the board there and the approach to the hockey, the actual delivery of the darts, it all just seems just fractionally quicker.
60.
The walk back from collecting the darts to going behind the player has always been the really slow part of Scott Mitchell, but that's something that doesn't really affect the actual pace of the game. It's something that doesn't affect the opponent's approach to the hockey. It's something that I believe he got into off the back of meeting up with a sports psychologist, told him to count out and pace his steps, and that's what we'll be doing now. We'll just be counting those steps to make sure that he's got the same amount of steps every time he comes back from the hockey. Just give that conscious mind, that conscious activity, something to do. Task the mind.
But almost just focuses on everything that you're doing and not focusing what the opponent's doing, which maybe was something that, and Scott's spoken about this himself in the past, was maybe something he was focusing too much on.
It's easy to do in a head-to-head 1v1 sort of sport or activity, especially something like this.
125.
What's that sort of penalty shootout mentality all the time, and we've seen just this weekend the nerves are jangling over those.
Well, the nerves will possibly jangle if Mitchell misses this 8-8.
Sebastian, you require 150.
Bialecki 150 to break the throw. He's already had a 118 so far today. Could he add a 150 to the mix? Couldn't find the second treble to leave himself double 15, and so Mitchell's going to return for 2-8s, but under more tangible pressure this time around.
Scott, you require 16.
Can't afford any more fallibilities on the doubles. And Mitchell pins it to the bottom corner to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
And you talk about penalty shootout drama. Commiserations to Coventry City, who narrowly missed out on the FA Cup final yesterday. What a game that was against Manchester United at Wembley. 3-3 draw. United 3-0 to the good.
Football season is coming to the close now, isn't it? Not many more games left. The promotions, the relegations, all will be decided very soon, as will the
45.
Premier League of Darts, also coming up to its conclusion now. We're into week number 13, so not many more weeks for people to graduate through to the playoffs. Someone who was here last year, Luke Littler, looking good at the moment
60.
for a top 4 space. Will someone break through this year?
through the Super Series the way that Luke Littler did last year. You feel that if you had to take a player at the moment who could become that, so you may look at someone like Danny Jansen.
Yeah, looks very good. I think at some point this year he is going to win a week. I mean, the week that he was put in week 2, the likes of Heenahan, the likes of Bolton, just reliable players there and there fourth. It was a very good week. Of course, Derek Coulson played that week, and he was so unlucky not to qualify. Mitchell here averaging just a shade under 95, averaging 94.5, actually bang on the nose. Just finding himself a visit in front of Sebastian
40.
so far.
Scott, you require 120.
Just been control, precision from Scott Mitchell so far. He's the player who's got the biggest title on the CV. So
Sebastian,
maybe
you
should be the
require
player where the eyes
160.
and the attention go if you're looking for a favourite, and he's certainly playing this like a favourite.
$60.
Oh, double
Scott,
10
you
to
require 20.
establish a 2-0 lead. And a
Gets
2-0
on a
lead
second
that,
leg, Scott
on the
Mitchell.
basis of play so far, is well warranted for the former world champion.
Third leg, it's Scott to
Averaging
throw
93,
first.
94.
Game on.
Equivalent of 16 darts per leg. It's a 14-point gap in terms of the averages of the interleg free.
100.
Bialecki's going to have to find something here. He's been asked the question for the first time today.
$28.
They're not really finding too many answers here, Bialecki, at the moment.
$81.
This is the start of the third lap of fixtures. Scott
100.
Mitchell, on paper, you'd say would have got the 3 toughest opponents out of the way.
$100.
Display Ray Mulvey and Marvin van Velzen in his final 2 fixtures.
$100.
Great time, the final 140. Now Bialecki really is under the pump for 3-0 lead. And Bialecki's been nowhere to be seen in this leg. Until now.
180. Scott, you require 80.
It's not too little, it's the biggest thing he could possibly have done at that point, but it may be too late.
$60.
Has the
Sebastian, you
scoreboard
require
pressure opened up
93.
an opportunity for him? Mitchell has blown a couple of opportunities at double 10. Can Bialecki step in? One dart of the bull. Oh, beautifully
Shot on the
found.
third leg,
And when you
Sebastian
consider the
Bialecki.
bed looked blocked from the first dart of the 25, it was a perfect find for the pole.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Naughty darts, Mitchell saying, naughty. Why didn't you go in the double 10?
180.
But just cast your mind back about 1 minute ago.
Scott Mitchell set himself up on 80 to go 3-0 up with Bialecki back on 273. Since then, Bialecki's gone 180,
41.
taken out the 93 on the bull, and hit another 180.
Well, Scott Mitchell led 2-0 in his game against Doug Boehm. Okay, went on to win 4-3 in the end, but we know that he
98.
can let a lead slip. I suppose when you are a dog, you don't really want to be on a lead.
Remember when you used to walk on with that dog lead thing?
With an imaginary dog.
125.
Scott, I'm going to be honest, what were you thinking that day? I tell you what, I'm walking on at Lakeside. What am I going to do? My name's Scotty Dog.
59.
I'm going to bring an imaginary lead onto the stage. The best bit about that walk-on was he was then petting an imaginary dog.
$100.
Who's a good bit of midair?
64.
164 for Bialecki to turn this game around and make it 2-2. He's got 6 from here.
100.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be making darts gold anytime soon, will it?
Well, he may well be... Well, he probably threw that lead away. He may be throwing this lead away.
83. Sebastian, you require 64.
64 for Bialecki to square this game up at 2 apiece. He may have a couple of visits, but he doesn't rely on that.
32. Scott, you require
He may have to with Mitchell on 152.
$100.
Big last.
Sebastian, you require 32.
Just puts the urgency now on the situation for Bialecki. It's a little bit awkward.
24.
His dart sort of kicks out to the right-hand side.
you
Only
require
gave him the bottom
52.
part of the bed. It's going to be a nice, clean, open bed for Scott Mitchell to get that third leg on the board.
Game shot on a 4
Something
flag.
he
Scott
probably
Mitchell.
felt should have happened about 3 minutes ago.
Tell you what, he's giving that board a good old talking to,
Fifth
isn't
flag. It's Scott to
Finds
throw
himself
first.
3-1 in front,
Game on.
survives the Bialecki scare, and now throws for a 4-1 win.
Well, he seems to have his strategy in place, doesn't he? Just tell the equipment off, because after he lost that last leg, he was giving the darts a stern telling to. Naughty darts, you didn't go where you
99.
should, and now they have. So why not tell the board as well?
As long as he doesn't go full Colin Lloyd, we'll be okay.
Well,
134.
we shouldn't be getting that at the minute because he is comfortable in this fixture and he's comfortable in the table. Unbeaten yet so far on this week. Will be really fancying his chances of putting himself into Champions Week.
100.
In a building he is very familiar with. Spends a lot of time here as a player, as a pundit, as a commentator.
108.
However, we've seen it before in this match where Mitchell may have had an air of comfortability in a leg, and then Bialecki fires back with a max to change the whole complexion of it.
$92.
And now Bialecki's got 6 from here to get that break, to bring it back to 3-2. Mitchell knew he had a couple of opportunities on throw to win the match, but you don't really want to be banking on going to a last leg decider. Although he has
123.
won 2 of them today. So this 64 for Seb to bring it back to 3-2. Could be for a potential 11-dart leg as well.
81. Sebastian, you require 64.
Both players averaging just under the 93 mark. Double 16.
32.
Doesn't go. Clips
Scott,
the
you
outside
require
wire. And now it's
129.
Bialecki's turn to have a word with himself.
Won't get a match start on this occasion, Scott Mitchell.
93.
Bialecki coming back for an
Sebastian, you
area of the
require
board he tries to
32.
leave on a regular basis. There's a lot of success down in this area.
Going to have to go bottom side.
No score.
Can't find it. And so Mitchell's now back,
Scott,
free
you
in hand
require
at
36.
double 18 for 4-1 win. It'd be a hat-trick of victories to start the day for Scotty Dog. And it would condemn Bialecki to his first defeat. On the wire. And on its way in. And that is a win for Scott Mitchell as a hat-trick of wins to start the day for the former world champion. As for Sebastian Bialecki, it's his first defeat of the session. And he's going to have to recover in a couple of matches' time when he takes on Kevin Painter. And it is Painter that we're going to see after the break when he takes on Marvin van Velzen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Scott Mitchell has picked up a hat-trick of wins. Before the break, he got the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4-1. Next up for us, Kevin Painter in action up against Marvin van Velzen. Both players with a victory apiece to kickstart their day. Painter with his with a 4-1 success against Wayne Mulvey, and Marvin van Velzen doing exactly the same in his second match of the session. Well, both players have had an 88 average. Both players have had an average in the 70s so far today. So actually, this game on paper perhaps more evenly weighted than what the bookies for before proceedings got underway here at the Live Lounge this morning. In running,
108.
Marvin van Velzen was the 12-5 outsider. Painter 3-10 with the bookies.
55.
Well, Kevin would have been watching what was going on in those opening couple of games for Van Velzen, trying to get a read, and well, you can say you may not know exactly what to get. 71.38 in his first game for Van Velzen, not winning a leg. Then he won the next match with an 88. So complete turnaround in terms of the performance. So knowing Kevin, what he'd be thinking is, if I hit him hard early, I'm more likely to get the 71 than the 88. And, well, he's hitting him very hard. 2 maximums in the opening leg.
55. Kevin, you require
Painter's
81.
seen the red mist, and now he's finding all the hits. And he's going to leave
41.
himself on tops after 12 to take out the opening leg.
$45. Kevin, you require 40.
The 20 for KP
It's
and a
on the
13
first
dart
leg,
start
Kevin
for the
Painter.
artist.
Solid.
Second
And a
leg. It's Marvin to
statement
throw
there.
first. Game on.
Van Velzen only finding the 1 treble in the opening leg.
100.
Oh, this is more like it, Kev.
140.
He fancied that, didn't he? When he gets in that vibe, when he gets in that swing, he's one of those players that just expect things to happen.
95.
You know when you're up there, you know when you're playing well, you know when you're feeling it, and right now Kev's giving off all those vibes.
60.
Painter, the second player in a number of weeks to wear the Alzheimer's Society Forget Me Not. We saw David Wazuski
59.
wear something similar a few weeks ago. Great charity that does great research in a illness which affects a lot of families
60.
and a lot of people in the United Kingdom. The research that they've done in recent times has been able to help with getting better treatments and spotting signs at the earliest possible time, and also helping
94.
families of those who have latter stages of both dementia and Alzheimer's. It's a fantastic charity that do an amazing job, and Kevin a big supporter of which.
100. Marvin, you require 153.
153 for Van Velzen to square this game up at 1 apiece. Not going to go, and so Painter for 2-0, 1-4-1 for the break.
46. Kevin, you require 141.
He needs a couple of trebles, there's 1. Not happy with the way that one came out the hand. A long way off from the treble 19, but Van Velzen still quite a bit of work to do
89.
here from 107.
Marvin, you require 107.
His first ton top of the day. Anyway,
99.
57 bull.
Kevin, you require 52.
I don't think that's going to please Kev too much. Nor will that. Double 14.
$38.
Doesn't go. Van Velzen is going to return
Marvin, you
for a double.
require 8.
Down for double 2.
Gets
Goes
on a second
1-1.
leg.
Taught me
Marvin
through
Van
that play on
Velzen.
107 for Van Velzen.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Do I have to?
Game on.
I can tell you one thing. That is the sort of thing that will really annoy Kevin.
77.
I think what will probably get to Kevin more is the mannerisms and the expressions of
140.
Van Velzen, who clearly likes to play with his heart on his sleeve, which is great
140.
to watch, great for the viewers, but is something that, if the game was to start slipping away from Kevin, it just may irritate him a little bit.
140.
Remember, Kevin kicked off with a 13 dart leg.
140.
And suddenly, there's a feeling that if Van Velzen could pile in a 2 treble visit here, he could be broken. And 2-1 behind.
93.
His back would be up against
Kevin,
the
you
wall.
require 144.
But that is perfectly sat for another double 12. Would have been for a fantastic
132.
1-4-4.
Marvin, you require 128.
And now there's pressure from this 128, and suddenly this leg has swung once more. The bullseye.
103. Kevin, you require 12.
For another 13 dart leg for Kevin Painter.
Game shot on a third leg, Kevin Painter.
I'm sure he's not bothered if it's a 13, a 14 or a 15. If he goes out in those 5 visits, he's going to be very, very hard to
Fourth
break.
leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Do you see that glaring look, though, that he gave after he won the leg?
60. $85. $180.
That is our 3rd maximum of this game.
43.
Kevin will be thinking, just leave me alone. I'm playing well here. Averaging 95 and not opening up much of a gap.
91.
He's just lingering around, isn't he, Van Velzen? Whatever Painter can do, he just cannot shake the guy off.
140. Marvin, you require 170.
Another. And considering the way that he's been
98.
playing this game, I think he would have gone for the bull. But he's going to return for 72 to square this game up at 2 apiece.
100. Marvin, you
Painter does
require
leave a finish, but it is a
72.
free darter. $20 in tops for a level match.
37.
Had to move across and wraps
Kevin,
the dart
you
all the
require
way across.
133.
So this is the opportunity for Van Velzen to square this match up at 2
93.
apiece.
Marvin,
Should
you
get 2 in
require
hand and a double of
55.
choice. Double 16. Doesn't
3.
go, and Painter's back for a 3-1 lead,
Kevin,
and
you
then
require
vote for the
40.
match. Double 10. No mistake.
shot on a fourth
Painter's
leg,
3-1 up,
Kevin
and he
Painter.
now throws for the match.
When you listen to Glenn Durrant talk a lot,
leg,
he
it's
talks
Kevin to
about
throw
the
first.
eyes, he talks about
Game on.
staring down the targets. Kevin Painter was so steely there, just piercing through the board. The focus and determination, that's something
43.
that he'll never lose, that sort of intensity, that focus, that drive, that will to win. Just can't seem to let it go.
83.
Well, the issue is, if he doesn't let it go, he could be
137.
frozen out.
$174.
That's another example of Van Velzen not being shaken off in a leg.
100.
Just when it looked like Kevin had an air of comfortability, then comes up with a 174.
Been kept on his toes all the way through this Kevin Painter, and it has been a good performance.
100.
But that will mean nothing unless he can get over the line with the points.
$60. Marvin, you require 144.
Well, this would be some way to save it. Painter's already missed the double 12 for 144 in this match. Is Van Velzen going to get a dart himself? No, he's not. He strays the other side into the treble 5. And so Painter has a match-winning opportunity on the 161.
86. Kevin, you require 161.
Van Velzen's going to get another break chance.
27. Marvin, you require
Single to
58.
double combo to make it 3-2. And Painter's not really made any inroads for the 161. 2 at tops. It's a
Get shot
14
on a
dart
fifth
with Van
leg,
Velzen's
Marvin Van
own, and we're back
Velzen.
to 3-2.
6th leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
You never really have to guess what Kevin's thinking, do you?
81.
But I think that's why he's so entertaining to watch. As a neutral,
55.
you just don't know what's going to happen next.
Remember when he picked up his TV title, the Players' Championship Finals, played at the Doncaster Dome, and he sort of did that
30.
train reversing action across the stage. It was one of my favourite celebrations I think I've ever seen.
59.
Am I right in saying he found himself in the firing line, or Stuart Pike found himself in the firing line in the post-match interview?
80.
Did get him a place as well in the Premier League of darts, where he acquitted himself quite well in the Premier League, and one of the key features of his game was
140.
sort of those low ton combination shots, the 108, 110, 109. And
95.
we'll see that Kevin Painter here at some point this week.
$140.
Left himself 107 to win the match 4-2. What can Van Velzen do from here? Nothing tangible, it seems.
27.
And in matter of fact, it's going to give Kevin Painter 6 starts from here to seal the win and make it 2 wins from 3 to start the day for KP.
59.
And will leave himself on a single to double combo upon his return. Van Velzen's hung about in the game, but Painter's scoring power has been too significant for him. 6-4 in the 140 column.
48.
Tops for the match. And it's 2 wins from 3 for Kevin Painter to kickstart his day. The artist bounces back from that defeat against Mitchell to get the better of Marvin Van Velzen by 4 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 90 in the end. His scoring power just too significant, outscoring Van Velzen in too many of the scoring segments of the game. So coming up after the break, we're going to watch Doug Boehm and Ray Mulvey go toe-to-toe in our 9th game of the day. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 90, and 4 from 11 on the doubles. Right, our final game from the third round of fixtures sees the American Doug Boehm in action up against Ray Mulvey. Both of these pair looking to get their first win of the session. Boehm losing out in the last leg decides in each of his opening 2 to Scott Mitchell and Sebastian Bialecki, respectively, whilst for Ray Mulvey, both of his defeats have come by a 4-1 scoreline against Kevin Painter and Marvin van Velzen, respectively. For Ray, it's been a case of missed doubles so far. As for Boehm, it's been not being able to take opportunities at key times. What do we expect from this encounter, Matt?
To throw first. Game on.
I think Doug's played quite well in his opening couple of games, and maybe now we'll just sort of settle into the experience. Well, say that he averaged well in the last game, didn't he? 98.12, and lost in a last leg
84.
shootout where he only managed to throw 12 darts, but we can draw our attention to that one dart when he wanted 60 and he ended up hitting the big
100.
one. Didn't get a dart at the double.
41.
I think we're going to see him grow into this week, Doug. I think he's going to be one of those players that sort of use Group A as a
60.
feel it out, sort of gain some experience, find some confidence up there, and then we'll see the best in a Group B or C campaign. And what we're seeing in regards to the support of Ray Mulvey,
140.
people expecting him to do the same, to go on that same sort of journey.
It's been enough in terms of the scoring so far for Ray that can
140.
give him a lot of confidence going forward. He could just do with a game where he has more hits than he does misses. I think once he has one of them games on his plate, he doesn't have to win that match, in my opinion. I think we'll see
40.
a lot more confidence coming from him.
$100.
Well, the quintessential leg, 101 after 12.
$81. Ray, you require 101.
And what could he make of this? Couldn't find the ball. And so Bowen's going to be back for the 115 to take out the opening legs.
61.
Already had a
Doggy
114
require
today. Took that out in the last
115.
game against Sebastian Bialecki. Well, this has been the Mulvey Achilles heel, and he's going to get 3 more in his hand at
Ray,
tops
you require 40.
to get the break and lead 1-0. Double 10. Up for 5s. Nothing is coming
35.
easy, if anything at all, on the
Doggy
outer ring for
requires
Ray Mulvey
60.
so far. Double 10. And
Shot on
Mulvey
the
must be
first
thinking
leg,
it's
Doug
happening
Boehm.
again. Doug Boehm leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
Deep breath for Ray Mulvey as he comes back into battle again. You can't dwell on the past. You can't change that. You can change the future. You can
98.
change the future by focusing on the now, and that's what he's doing here. And good characteristics, not looking around the room, looking around the stage, bemoaning his luck, throwing his arms out to the side. So
100.
seeing some of those good characteristics that we're hearing about on a regular basis in our chat.
Well, the thing is, he knows what the issue is. He's missed 28 darts and a double so far
45.
today. And everybody knows what the issue is. He knows better than anybody, but there's no point floundering around the fact. It's just get on, get back at it.
85.
It's in the back of your mind, but
140.
sometimes the easiest thing to do, or the hardest thing to do, is to try and not overthink the scenario.
You say you need to think about not thinking.
Yes.
61.
If you think about having a think, things can go wrong. And who would do or say such a thing?
60.
Well, Mulvey's at least going to have a visit to take the leg out.
140. Ray, you require 158. 60. Doug, you require 115.
The 115 is going to go for Doug, and so Mulvey back for
55.
98 to square this
required
game up
98.
at one apiece. Well, Doug here
58.
threatening the break and a
requires
2-0
60.
lead. Tops. 2-0.
On a second leg.
Ruthless
Doug
so
Bay.
far by Doug Bain to open up a 2-0 advantage. It has a bit of classic encounter, but
Third
Doug's
leg. It's Doug
done
to
enough
throw
when he's
first.
had to.
Game on.
Doug is feeling snug.
Yeah, he's really dug deep at the right moments, hasn't he?
But
I think that's 4-0 already
95.
today, isn't it? On the terrible jokes.
well, it's the first time you've ever won 4-0, Matthew.
It's not over yet. Plenty of time to get it wrong.
$55. $100. $100.
Well, this game reaching a
58.
real stalemate, but Bain won't mind because he's just snuck his nose in front in this third leg. And now he's looking to throw the hammer down on the leg.
140.
Another fist bump as he hits another 140. His third on the game to leave himself on 111 after 12. And he's going to have
60. Doggy require 111.
at least 6 starts to open up a 3-0 advantage. You may only need the 3. If he can pin the tops. Composes himself and
It's on
pins
a
the
third
double
leg,
and
Doug
leads
Bain.
3-0. It's the second ton topper of the day for Doug Boehm. And he now finds himself free to the good.
Fourth flag. It's Ray to throw first. Game on. $85.
What do you think's going through the mind of Ray at the minute?
Can tomorrow start now, please? When you get to this point, it just...
100.
It feels like a continuation, although this is a different game and he's got another game to come and then a 5th game to come today. They will feel like continuations. Every time he starts
45.
missing doubles or he misses a few opportunities, it'll be that here we go again sort of vibe.
$100. $60.
For a player like Ray, what do you think he would be wanting to get out of this experience this week?
I feel like this is
96.
probably his moment at the moment and where he is at this point in time. Being here at the Super Series is a step up. It's an achievement. It's a goal of many people now to be here on that stage. So regardless of what happens in terms of the results, he's got to see the achievement of being here as, first of all, a big step up, which means what he's doing here this week should all be a bit of bonus.
91.
Well, Boehm leads himself on 114 for the match. It'd be for back-to-back toppers to seal the game for the American.
125. Doggy
They
require
may have to take it out with Mulvey on a 2-darter hit. Already taken out a combo in the last legs. Already taken out the 114 today. Triple 18 gives himself a dart at tops.
74.
And it grazes the wire.
Ray, you require 86.
Should at least get a dart at the bull. Even better, he gets 2 in his hand at double 16. Up for double 8. In it goes, back to 3-1. And you could just see a little bit of relief in the eyes of Ray there as he pinned that double 8.
Fifth leg.
Bones forced to serve it out. I know we've seen games like this before where a player looked done and dusted in the game, get one opportunity, brings it back to 3-1, and suddenly, before you know it, we're in the midst of a last leg decider. And a visit like that to start for Doug means that Mulvey can really make the running against the throw.
58.
Who's going to be top trump in Group A?
42.
At the moment, it's Scott Mitchell who's top trump. 6 points to his name, leading the way from Painter and Bialecki, who both have a couple of wins apiece. Marvin van Velzen with a solitary win, and the winner of this game will pick up their first success of Monday morning here at the Super Series.
137.
And we'll watch Kevin and Sebastian in action in our next match. And it could be a sliding doors game for Bialecki, because remember, he lost out to Mitchell 4-1. If he won that game, he would have been top and had a perfect record. He now comes up against the guy who's sat
100.
effectively P2 with him. Loses that one, he could find himself with some significant chasing to do, even at the midway point of Monday afternoon.
96.
Left himself on the fish. Couldn't net the fish, could he?
123.
Some way to pick up his first victory here at the Super Series. Well, it's not going to go on this occasion.
28.
And he hasn't shaved too much off of it.
Opening for Mulvey.
85.
It's
Doggy
okay.
require 142.
Yeah, the razor just shaves a bit off the score. Leaves himself on a potential 2-darter. Will return. This is where
Ray, you require
we get to learn a bit more about Ray. Does he go with the bull? Does he go with the 19s? He goes aggressive.
And it doesn't work out.
53.
And so
Doug
Boehm back for 56 to pick up his first Super Series win. 2 in hand at double top to pick the points up, and it's a 4-1 win for the American, who gets the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1. He picks up his first points here at the Super Series with Doug Boehm. Wasn't a classic encounter, but that 111 may have just swung the game in his favour. Coming up after the break, Bialecki against Painter kicks off round 4. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 3 rounds worth of action has been completed on the first day of Group A. And in the last round, we saw Scott Mitchell get the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 1. Kevin Painter beating Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 2. And Doug Boehm beating Ray Mulvey for his first win at the Super Series by 4 legs to 1. Right, let's see what that does then in terms of the table. Following 3 rounds of play for everyone. Scott Mitchell, the sole leader, the only player yet to lose a game so far in this group. 3 wins from 3 thus far. Kevin Painter, Sebastian Bialecki in second and third respectively on 4 points. Doug and Marvin on 2, whilst Ray is looking to get off the mark here at the live lounge in Boehm. Next up for us, we are going to watch the players in P2 and P3 go toe-to-toe as Kevin Painter takes on Sebastian Bialecki. Well, Sebastian's put in the best performance of the day so far, averaging 97.02 in a 4-3 success against Doug Boehm. As for his previous encounter, averaged 87 and a 4-1 loss to Scott Mitchell, whilst Painter got out the tracks of a 4-1 win against Ray Mulvey, then went on to lose 4-3 in the last leg decided against Scott Mitchell, before then recovering well to beat Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 2, averaging just under the 90 mark in that particular contest. Big game for both here. Lose this one, then they could
First
lose a little
leg,
bit of
it's
ground
Sebastian
on the
to
top
throw
2.
First. Game on.
Long way to go in a Group A campaign, and these are 2 players that will both be very experienced and very familiar with the Super Series.
135.
I don't think either of them would really benefit from the couple of days off. Kevin is a player who
45.
is actively looking for more darts all the time. ADC events, local events, bit of Super League. Very, very popular on the exhibition circuit.
140.
Went to Q School, so he's got access to the Challenge Tour if he wants to play there as well.
56.
Who do you think defeat will affect more in this game?
100.
I don't know if it's the result. I think it'll be more the manner of the result. I think if it's a good close game where both players can come off with
140.
positivity, I don't think it'll
Sebastian,
affect
you require
anybody. But
126.
I think if it was a game of missed opportunities, then we may see a benefit
94.
the rest of the group in terms of the negativity it'll bring in for the other fixtures.
Well, Bialecki's come out the gate flying. He's left himself
115.
double 16 after 12 darts
Sebastian, you
on throw.
require 32.
Painter's left himself on a finish, but it's a 3 darts on 145. It's been a bit of a love-hate relationship, double 16 and Seb today.
16.
Same could be said about double
Kevin,
8.
you require 145.
Well, Painter's not going to take out the 145, and so Bialecki will have another 3 stabs at double 8,
125.
but this time under
Sebastian, you
much
require
more
16.
pressure. Can't let this become a habit that creeps in. What can you see of that?
Game shot
That's
on
a
the first
fantastic
leg.
dart, all
Sebastian
things
Bialecki.
considered. A Bialecki leads 1-0.
I feel like he was just throwing into traffic
Second
there.
leg,
He wouldn't
it's
have been able
Kevin
to have
to
seen
throw
much of the
first.
target, the way that his
Game on.
darts sort of flick over to the right. And Kevin would have been very aware of that. Stood at the back of the stage, he'd have been thinking, he
95.
can't see anything here. He's just throwing and hoping. He's throwing in an area. You can sort of see that in the expression still across the face of Kevin.
60. 50.
Well, the last time Kevin was here and we were commentating together, we went on a little bit of a field trip, didn't we, off to St Mary's to watch Southampton up against Ipswich.
45.
2-0 win for Ipswich Town. Very much pleased myself as a Portsmouth supporter.
180.
Don't think
Kevin was too impressed that day, was he? Because although, like, we was in different sections of the ground, wasn't we? And
108.
yourself and Kevin was out in the stands while I was up in the box, and well, you had to wait outside in the rain while we finished our cheese and crackers.
136.
Yeah, Kev was not impressed. I can guarantee you that. To be fair, you did leave us there for about half an hour.
Man's got to eat his cheese and crackers.
Can you have got a doggy bag?
Kevin, you require 40.
Tots are 1-1. To bag the leg. And it
Game shot on the
goes
second
1-1.
leg, Kevin Painter. Third leg.
Although I
it's
did meet
Sebastian
Terry
to throw
Butcher that night,
first.
so, you know.
Game on.
I don't know, is Sebastian Bialecki a football fan, is he?
78.
I believe so. The nickname Bolt comes off his favourite film.
100.
You know, that one that they did back in, was it 2009, wasn't it, that came out? Bialecki once again qualifying through the umbrella of ADC Europe.
135.
Now, the way that it works as far as the ADC European qualifiers are concerned is
58.
there's one player that comes through the automatic qualification system. We also get a player that will come through
140.
invitation, direct invitation as well.
$57. Kevin, you require
Big chance here for
126.
Kevin Painter to get the breaker throat. Wouldn't need to go for the ball. Should he have got the treble 19? I don't think he would have.
54.
Just purely looking at setting it up again in that 12 to 15 dart range. He's been in this range quite a bit today, Kevin Painter. Which is why you'll probably feel a little bit unfortunate not to be in the Scott Mitchell
58.
position.
Kevin, you require 72.
This is for the break. Tops a Painter.
32. Sebastian, you require 150.
We know he has it in his locker. We know he have it as part of his capabilities. But the 150 isn't going to be notched, and so
96.
Kev will get another couple of goes.
Kevin, you require 40.
Tops the lead again.
Game shot on the third leg, Kevin Painter.
Painter breaks, leads 2-1. Averaging just under 95. Bit of a chasm, actually, when it comes to the averages.
Fourth leg,
There's part
it's
of
Kevin to throw
15
first.
points between the pair.
Game on.
Bialecki averaging just below 80. Painter averaging just under 95.
60.
But Bialecki's had opportunities.
$58.
You feel this is the leg. The most important leg of the game here. It's either a
44.
level game with Bialecki throwing first or Painter a leg away from winning the match. That's the sort of beauty you get in this short format game. I don't think we make enough of it sometimes here at the Super Series, but just how sort of cutthroat
140.
the format really is. That best of 7. Remember the UK Open not too many years
100.
ago was switched to best of 7, and not many of the players actually supported it too well, so it did move back to the best of 11.
Well, there's a difference, wasn't there, in the fact that you've worked so hard to qualify for a tournament and you could be out in 4 legs,
121.
whereas at least here you've got a bank of matches in which to rely on.
140.
Painter's left himself first to a finish, but Bialecki's taken the darts in this fourth leg. Finds a couple of trebles, or even a treble here. He's in a very good position to square this game up at 2 apiece.
96. Kevin, you require 157.
Kind of forced the 157 to go. Bialecki should at the very least have a dart at the ball, and Painter walks down the oche, chastising himself because he knows that he has made the situation a whole heap harder for himself.
29. Sebastian, you require 86.
Should at least be a dart at the ball for Bialecki. Bonus, double 7.
72.
But that's now a 7th
Kevin, you
dart at a
require
double in this game that's been
128.
missed by the pole. Painter knows he should have left it more handy, the 128. But can he take it to take a 3-1 lead? He could do. Oh, this is superb. Double 10. Just the width of a wire away.
Sebastian, you require 14.
Great effort there from Painter. But Bialecki looks to be splitting here. I don't think that was the target he was intending.
Game shot
But
on
that
the fourth
was.
flag. Sebastian Bialecki.
I suppose that's the bonus of going for one of those areas where if you do miss, you can
Fifth flag.
still
It's
leave a
Sebastian to
finish.
throw first. Game on.
I'm certain that that was an attempt at 6-4-4.
And I'm sure that feeling when that double 1 went in was
93.
of relief, if nothing else.
$95.
Remember, you can get in touch with us via the YouTube chat room. And apparently it turns out that Sebastian is a Vidzu Lodz supporter.
96.
And no, before you ask, I know the name of the Polish league, but I can't pronounce it.
100.
I mean, I struggle to say Cameron Crabtree for starters. I just hope the organisers don't put him and Robert Rickwood in the same group.
100.
Then when Richard Rowlands is in action, I really am in a bit of trouble.
96. $58.
No one's really pulled the lever, have they, in this leg?
81. Sebastian, you require 154.
That stray dart might mean it's only a dart at the ball for Kevin Painter. Well, we can't complain too much with that. That was a nice lie there for
Kevin, you require 120.
Sebastian Bialecki to try and leave the double 17. But this is a big ask. Kevin is a big player. Treble 20 gives him a dart at the ball.
33.
And Painter there,
Sebastian, you require
he's
60.
livid with himself. Threw that last dart away in sheer disgust. And you may not like what he sees
Game
here
shot
as
on fifth
Bialecki
flag,
pins
Sebastian
tops to lead
Bialecki.
3-2.
Sixth flag. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think this frustration has just been building up in Kevin since
100.
leaving the 1-8, that sort of setup shot, then becoming so close to taking the 1-8, hitting the two treble 18s. I feel that this game could be one that's getting away from him, but that was a big tell there to Sebastian Bialecki, who is now starting to find his best.
We've got two
125.
completely differentiating demeanours on the oche here. Kevin, who You won't hide away from the emotions that you see, whilst Bialecki is as cool as a cucumber and was full deep into the 9 in this leg.
137.
But what he could do is potentially get this done in 4 visits. But here's the counter-attack.
140.
A 140 here for Bialecki would be really damaging to the hopes of Painter.
96. Kevin, you require 136.
Well, this would have been a case of from frustration to elation if Painter could have taken out the 136. He's not going to. He's going to leave
Sebastian, you
himself on
require
tops
88.
if Bialecki cannot take out 88 for the match. He's going to have to go treble 15 now. Treble 15 for tops, treble 19 for double 14. It was the latter that he went for. And so Painter to take us all the way
47.
for
Kevin, you require 40.
the 3rd time today. Wants tops. And now 10s.
20.
Doesn't go. And you can see what he makes
Sebastian,
of
you
that.
require 41.
As Bialecki comes back to the board to seal the match, it would put him on to 6 points. Put him above Painter in the table. Double 10. Doesn't go.
21.
And Painter gets a reprieve.
I think Kevin Painter thought that was going to be it because
Kevin,
he
you
polished off
require
his glass of
20.
water there as if he was ready to leave the stage. He might need another glass. Because we're
It's shown
going
as
to go
safe
to another
leg,
leg, a
Kevin
deciding
Painter.
leg.
7th and final
Bialecki
leg. It's Sebastian to
with
throw
the
first.
advantage of throwing
Game on.
first.
It's been a battle in every sense of the word, this encounter. And it has the last leg decided,
81.
which actually, when you break the game down, it probably is a fair reflection of what we've seen. Painter gets of the superior average, but Bialecki has had more
45.
darts to the double in this game.
$96. $59.
6 darts thrown from Painter, unable to find a treble. So Bialecki has a 70-point cushion plus what is in his hand. He just needs 1 treble.
58.
1 treble would have kept Kevin at arm's length, would have kept it in his own hands.
95.
Oh, Bialecki now with the ascendancy in what has been a last leg which has been mired with nerves.
96.
Left himself on the fish. What can Kevin do by way of setup?
$58. Sebastian, you require 170.
6 for the match for Bialecki. Another. Does he now?
138.
No. Plays a safe play to set himself up for the match.
Yeah, sensible play there from Sebastian Bialecki. Thinking of the task in hand, there's
81.
no other cushion, there's no other
Sebastian, you
boundary.
require
It's now
32.
or never, but he's going to have 6 darts if he needs them.
To put him into P2,
Game shot,
and Sebastian
unmatched.
Bialecki
Sebastian
gets the better of
Bialecki.
Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. And so Bolt moves up to P2. As for Painter, well, he's going to have to sit mid-table for now. At the tail of the tape from that affair will battle between the two. Bialecki wins by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Ray Mulvey and Scott Mitchell go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3 in the previous match. Meanwhile, now Ray Mulvey and Scott Mitchell go toe to toe. Now Mitchell here with victory can continue to have that 2-point gap at the top of the league table and be 4 wins from 4 for Scotty Hogg, and whilst Ray Mulvey is looking for his first win of the day. Can he pick it up here? There's one thing for certain that he's going to have to do, Ray, and that is improve on that doubling.
Oh, yeah, he's only managed to hit 3 successful darts at a double so far throughout his
First
day.
leg,
And
it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
when you look at the amount of darts that he's had, that is 3 hit from 32 attempts at a double so far.
100.
That's going to need to go up significantly. It's not even one of them where you just say, oh, if he just ups it a little bit, it'll be okay. That's going to need to sort of go up 3-4-fold.
In your
60.
mind, what's Scott Mitchell done so well today, which has seen him in the position that he's in now?
Everything. He's not put a foot wrong. He's been steady, been controlled.
60.
He's been emotionless. Just consistently good. I think it's not so much about what's he done right, it's what has he done wrong, and that box is
140.
not got many comments in it. Limiting mistakes.
41.
We enter the final third of today's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And of course, don't forget that we've got the long-awaited debut of Beau Greaves later on
95.
this week. She's going to be in action on Thursday and Friday. And of course, as well, it's not just 6 days worth of action this week here at the Super Series. We've got a Sunday
41.
Bonanza. The influencer charity event will be taking place on Sunday afternoon here at the Live Lounge. The action kickstarts from around about 3 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. A number of online influencers will be taking on the number of Modus Super Series regular participants.
99.
And the winners will be winning money for their chosen charity of choice. So a great afternoon's worth of action from 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
137. Scott, you require 107.
Meanwhile, Mitchell is hoping to influence the scoreline. 107 to take out the opening leg against Fro. Great find. Double 14.
79.
Doesn't quite go.
Ray, you require 122.
He needs the one treble here, Ray, to guarantee a dart of the ball. Needs to find it now, though. Does find it.
97.
Bullseye.
Scott, you require 28.
To continue that pattern. And that pattern is just simply Scott Mitchell wins,
Shot on
and
the
he
first
wins this leg as
Scott
well.
Mitchell.
Doing very little wrong is the England captain, or should I say
Second leg,
two-time
it's Scott
England
to throw
captain now.
first. Game on.
Well, Scott Mitchell will know this one thing because he works here. If he does win all 5 games, he knows that he will be doing an
81.
interview up in the studio with me and yourself.
$100.
He's looking good at the moment for the
140.
clean sweep and the clean card. When we look at the performances of the players, he's already beaten the 3 biggest challengers to
59.
taking away that undefeated day.
Is the possibility
85.
Is there a possibility that the one thing Scott can't
81.
do is put the foot off the gas because he's played statistically the 3 toughest players on paper. Don't mess up the 2 against the 2 players you'd say that he should beat from here on in.
57.
You can look at it that way in a day sometimes, but sometimes it can also become a little bit dangerous to look that way when you think, oh, I'll beat that player or that player's going to be a game, and we all do it.
94.
But ultimately, what
You
you're doing
require
is you're
138.
setting yourself up for disappointment. You set yourself up for that danger of, all right, I'll beat that player. Then you come out, the player plays well, and then it's like, oh no, this was a game I was supposed to win.
86.
When you break down the plan
Ray, you
too
require
far, it
167.
just all becomes a little bit tricky. The plan should be simple. The plan should just be win.
He's going to have a couple in his hand to open up a 2-0 advantage, but it's going to be put under pressure
Shot
here
you
by
require
Mulvey.
52.
Double 16. Up for 8s.
44.
And Mulvey's got a route
Ray,
back
you
into the
require
match, and this would be for the
36.
break back as well. Double 18. Double 9. In it goes. Level we are
Big shot on the
1-1. He
second
just had to
leg.
double
Ray
check to see
Mulvey.
whether it hit the target.
Third leg, it's Ray to
He's
throw
trying not to
first.
smile, isn't he?
Game on.
He enjoyed that. A relief moment as well for Ray, just to remind him.
85.
Remind himself what he's capable of, and well, I don't think he has to remind too many people in our chat. They know what he's capable of. They've been talking about him all day.
All I hope is after this session ends, Ray doesn't go to a
60.
popular chain of fast food restaurant, ask for a double cheeseburger, because he'll still probably only come up with 1 bit of burger.
I'd say just get the cheese. He'll have a cheese butty.
66.
You allowed that in your new diet?
Do you know what? That's another one, isn't it? That's one of those things that gets called different things in different places.
Oh no, you're not opening this can of worms, are you?
99.
It's a cheese butty.
$100.
So you carry on with this, we'll be having arguments about dinner and tea. Scones or scones.
Let's not go too far with this, because if we go too far, we'll be talking about the old
140.
bread roll, bread cake, barm cake, cob.
It's just something in a sandwich or something in bread.
81.
Let's move on. As Ray leaves himself on a bogey. And so now Mitchell has got the darts to move himself 2-1 in front.
$81.
Beautiful setup plate.
Scott, you
Just saw
require
his arm up to the board, a little bit of an expression there for the first time from Ray Mulvey, as if to say, where have you been?
Is he starting to
97. Ray,
feel
you
up for the
require
task
32.
here, is the Irishman. Double 16. Oh, he's getting closer,
No score.
but not quite close
Scott,
enough.
you require 24.
It's ironic, the double he hit was one of the players tend to not like, the double 9.
12.
We'll get another go at the 16s.
Ray, you require
Said Scott Mitchell hasn't
32.
been making too many mistakes, but there's one just there.
Lovely guide. But he's moved too far across.
16.
And now the double woes continue on
Scott,
double
you
8.
require 12.
Mitchell for the break. 2 6s.
You don't feel the way Scott Mitchell's been playing today, he'll make the same mistake twice.
One left. Not
No
found.
score.
And this leg goes on.
Ray, you require 16.
Been 18 missed doubles between the pair so far in this match. Make it 19. Make it 20.
8.
And 21. And now Mitchell comes
Scott,
back
you
for
require
2-1.
12.
Grazes the wire. But he still
No
can't
score.
find a way through, and he cannot believe it. We cannot believe it.
Ray, you require 8.
The drama goes on. And on. And
No
on.
score. Scott, you require 12.
This is the point where you normally say, does anyone want it? But I think the problem is they want it too much.
Game shot on the third
Well, it's
leg.
in. It's a break
Scott
for Mitchell. And we should say at this juncture, with the amount of missed doubles in that leg, the influencer event is on Sunday.
Fourth
Mitchell
flag. It's
checks
Scott
his
to throw
shoes.
first. Game on.
Am I trodden in something, he says. Doesn't matter how you win them as long as you win them.
140.
Mitchell is the type of player that can win a scrappy leg like that, but put it to the back of his mind.
60.
Oh, you watch this leg. It'll go out on something like an 81 finish first start.
$121. $100.
Jackie is watching the action from Palm Springs in California. I hope you're well. David Mack is watching him from Liverpool in England. Fair few from the United States.
140.
Anthony Eugenia watching from Austin in Texas.
Here, watch this. 100 finish first start. Normally happens as soon as you've had a dodgy leg where you're
55.
missing 12,
Scott, you
13
require
darts.
100. $60.
Well, he leads himself tops after 12.
Good recovery this from Scott Mitchell, and that's experience, not dwelling on it, not thinking about the
95.
misses, just
Scott, you
concentrating
require 40.
on the fact that you won the leg. Focus on the positive.
Right, he has a decision to make here because Ray's not on a finish. Does he go straight for it? Yes, he does, and he
Shot on the
finds it.
fourth flag,
3-1.
Scott Mitchell.
Thinking's for brains, hitting is for hands.
Fifth flag. It's Ray to throw first. Game on. $100.
Mitchell, one away. And moving through the gears quite nicely.
140. $60. $100.
Got viewers tuning in from Norway. Great to have you here with us at the Super Series.
140.
Mitchell looking to close in now.
41.
Mulvey leaves himself on 101 to pull it back to 3-2. Mitchell would still have the throw in the next.
31. Ray, you require 101.
101 for Mulvey to bring it back to 3-2. Bull. One left double 16.
41.
You don't feel too confident, do you, with Ray at the moment on the double? He's 1 from 15 in this game.
97.
1 from
Ray,
5,
you
1 from
require
10,
60.
1 from 17 in his first 3 fixtures.
It's tops. It's
It's on the
3-2.
fifth flag,
And he is
Ray
going to
Mulvey.
make Mitchell serve it out here.
6th flag. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
But when Scott Mitchell's been in this situation throughout the day, he's always found that extra bit, always found that extra gear.
100.
I hope you don't mind. I'm going to go a little bit Chris Mason for a second, Matt.
140.
Holy G. Bro, what is this guy Ray doing here? Well, he won an ADC qualifier. He won the ADC Irish Vault qualifier, which has meant that he has earned his place by merit to play on the Super Series stage. Now, if you think you're good enough
100.
to play on the Super Series stage, well, you can enter the ADC Vault system yourself because it's open to anybody and everybody.
100.
Angry Deacon. That's a nickname I didn't think I was going to give you.
140.
It just annoys me, Matt. It really does annoy me.
Scott, you require 161.
161 for Mitchell to take the match out. He's not going to take it, and so Mulvey is going to have the 161 of his own to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
137.
Beautiful setup shot. We've seen this a
Ray, you
lot
require
today after just 12
161.
darts, leaving a single out. Mitchell will return to keep this run going and make it 4 from
99.
4.
Scott, you require 24.
To continue the perfect day, double 12. For
shot,
4-2
undermatch,
success for
Scott
Scott
Mitchell.
Mitchell. A 13-darter sees Scotty Dog over the line. And Sir Ray Mulvey, that search for a first win continues. Mitchell, a 4-2 winner. An 84-64 average. That's despite missing 15 darts to the double. Both players missing 15 darts to the double in that match. Next up, Marvin van Velzen against Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Mitchell got the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 2, averaging 84.5, 4 from 19 on the doubles. It's 4 wins from 4 for Scotty Dog. Right, our last game of the fourth round of fixtures sees Marvin Van Velzen and Doug Boehm go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Van Velzen, who has won the Sochi game today, in fact, the pair have won just the Sochi game today. You get the sense the winner of this one, despite maybe not playing at their best, could still put themselves in and around the mix of a win here.
First leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Well, Marvin's up for this, isn't he? That's one thing for sure. Just watching him there at the back of the stage, he's firing himself up. He's cracking the neck. He looks like he's about to go in the octagon.
59.
Well, I suppose the question is, does Marvin's game have it all?
I've been waiting for you to make a terrible joke or reference around that.
92.
And, well, I'm surprised it took this long.
I can carry on if you want.
I think the staff
99.
sweepstake had you down roughly at about 9:52.
They obviously don't know me well enough, do they? I thought they would say 9:42.
180.
Well, there's over 1,500 of you watching on the Super Series YouTube channel, but only
100.
140 likes. If you get to 200, by the end of this game, I will tell you who Matthew Edgar is commentating with on Saturday night.
100.
I've actually just seen a interesting one there that people would like to see the dancing
58.
fruits appear here
Doggy
at the
require
Super Series.
129.
The dancing fruits.
Options. It's one of those tricky choices to make,
89.
72 with 2 darts. Do you go double-double, which still feels a little bit flashy on that shot with the 129, even though it's the bigger targets.
123. Doggy require 40.
Tox for Boehm to lead 1-0 with a break.
Game
In
shot
it
on
goes,
first
13
leg,
darter.
Doug
What a
Boehm.
start this is from the American. He leads 1-0. Van Velzen, well, having a look at his darts and wondering,
Second leg.
now what do I
it's
do
Doug
to
throw
improve
first.
here?
Game on.
I think he's forgot the order of play. Yes, Doug, it's you to throw first. That's how it works. It goes Marvin, Doug, Marvin, Doug.
Anyway, I'm not
96.
letting you get away with this. What's the dancing fruit thing?
Oh, I have a subscriber dancing fruit.
Oh, that's that avocado thing, isn't it?
Yes.
40.
Someone would like to see a dancing banana introduced onto the Super Series.
What about a dancing tungsten T-Rex, Matt?
We'll leave that one in the past.
96. $85.
He's very an emotional player, isn't he? Marvin Van Velzen.
140.
Is he too emotional for your liking?
I haven't seen enough games of him yet to
60.
see if it's a benefit or a hindrance. I'm sure throughout this week we'll be able to get an answer to that question. And I'm sure throughout the week we'll have a lot of footage to be able to watch back, which is something he's probably not really had too much of, where he'll
46.
have like too many weak loads of footage where he's played 25, 30 matches, where he's got a big sample, a big amount of feedback
55.
to sort of
Doggy
scour
require
over and
123.
make decisions moving forward.
Does he? No.
91.
Does a sensible thing.
$140. Doug, you require 32.
Double 16. Double 8. Comes on the inside, and he
24.
comes on the inside again.
Marvin, you require 121.
Won't get a dart at the ball here, making a bit of a mess of this one.
69.
Rectifies it with that last
Doug,
dart,
you
but it may be
require
too
8.
late. Chance to double the lead and confirm that breaker throw he got in the opening leg.
Game shot on his second leg. Doug Boehm.
He has shown you every single emotion in his repertoire here, isn't he? 2-0 to Doug.
Third leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on. 140.
The back of Doug's shirt reminds me of that scene from the In-Betweeners. Hi, my name is Will. Please talk to me.
85.
Do you think these badges are a good idea, Matt?
I think your
100.
street cred may have just gone up one notch on the back of that one. So you're now up to -7.
Yeah, but the question is, did he walk in with a briefcase?
60.
To be fair, some of the cases that people carry around these days in terms of to make sure they've got plenty of spares in the case, so you'd think there was briefcases,
125.
suitcases in some situations.
Well, Marvin's right behind Boehm here, and he wishes he could start this leg again. Anyway, you can carry on these
95.
in-betweeners jokes, but
Marvin,
I
you require
won't be there.
136.
6 and 136.
50. 45. Marvin, you require 86.
Well, to put it back to 2-1, he has got time here. Double 16. Double 8, double 8. Why not?
Shot on the third leg. Marvin Van
And I
Velzen.
think he enjoyed it a little bit too.
Fourth leg. It's Doug to throw first.
I think what we're seeing
Game
here,
on.
though, with the performances of Doug and with the confidence you have in him as a player, is again another player on the conveyor belt system that is the CDC now. When we look at what we've sort of been
100.
getting from that system, we've had players like Leonard Gates coming over and dominating in the seniors tour and playing well down here.
100.
Danny Lauby now moved on to get a PDC tour card. Alex Spellman.
Of course, a few weeks ago, it was the cross-border challenge, and Alex Spellman hit a 9 in that
140.
particular tournament.
$60. $134.
Great job that the team at the CDC do, and it looks like that system's going to unearth another big player in Doug Boehm. Alex Spellman actually went on to win that
Doug, you require
cross-border challenge a
127.
couple of weeks ago.
$59.
There's certainly going to be some, well, we'll call them upset, shall we? But we'll say the home talents getting the victories, I think, when
45.
the darts rolls
Doug, you
into
require
MSG
68.
later on this year. Can't see that being a clean sweep for the PDC boys.
Double 16 for 3-1 lead. Doesn't
52.
go, but didn't have to go.
$85. Doug, you require 16.
Double 8.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
And Boehm
Doug
does
Boehm.
open up that 3-1 advantage.
5th flag, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
We'll have
59.
one further lap of fixtures to go. Everyone got one more game. Ray Mulvey taking on Bialecki. Doug will take on the artist. Former World Championship runner-up
58.
Kevin Painter. Scott Mitchell will be looking to go through the card and make it a clean sweep on day number 1 as he takes on Marvin van Velzen in our last game
121.
of the day.
Steady ton. But still advantage Van Velzen with the throw here.
125.
Well, still 3 more games to go after this one. One more lap of fixtures. Ray Mulvey against Sebastian Bialecki. Doug Boehm against Kevin
55.
Painter. And we're going to save the table topper until last. Scott Mitchell involved in our final game of the session against Marvin van Velzen.
140.
So there's still plenty of darts still to come on this first day in Portsmouth. But we like it that way, Matthew, don't we?
60. Marvin, you require 56.
Well, we love it. It's been a good day of action so far, and it's going to be an interesting week. We are
16.
getting very, very close now to Champions Week.
Well, Van Velzen's left himself on tops to put it back to 3-2.
100.
But could that be a killer max for the American?
Marvin, you require 40.
He enjoyed that one, didn't he?
May not enjoy this, though.
Game shot on a 5th flag.
I think Marvin
van
did
Velzen.
mind. Well, that's as animated as it gets here.
6th flag, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
I mean, I suppose Doug won't be too perturbed because he plays on a tour that features John Norman Jr. That would have been quite relaxed for him.
100.
What a player, John Norman Jr. World Cup legend. World Cup of Darts, an event that will be coming back to us very soon, actually, won't we? We're rapidly
45.
approaching May, so we'll just be a matter of weeks out, really, from the World Cup of Darts returning to the screens. Now a pairs event, which is something
97.
that Doug actually said he prefers. He said he loves playing the pairs events. Maybe one day he'll be playing pairs representing his home nation.
137.
John Norman Jr., who, remember, lost to Glenn Durrant in the 2015 World Masters last 32.
100.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the American pairing.
95. $84. 45. Doggy require 120.
For the match. And 6 of them here. Tops to win in style.
Game
Win it
shot,
in
and
sumptuous
match,
style. And
Doug
look what it
Boehm.
meant to Doug Boehm in the end. He beats Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 2. And look at the outpouring of emotion there from the American. That's how much it means to him. A Tumplers actually. He actually jumped off the stage as we cut to those pictures that you see now. Those are the averages for the pair of players. One more round to go. And we're going to watch Ray Mulvey and Sebastian Bialecki after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to enter the final round of matches on day one here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is how things look. These are how the games have gone so far today. In the last round of fixtures, Doug Boehm beat Marvin van Velzen 4-2. Scott Mitchell beat Ray Mulvey by the same scoreline. And Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Kevin Painter in a last leg decider. So that is how today's results look. Scott Mitchell then has the lead as far as the table is concerned from Sebastian Bialecki in second place. Painter and Boehm on 4 points. Van Velzen on 2. Ray Mulvey yet to get off the mark, but he has one last opportunity to do exactly that today when he takes on Sebastian Bialecki in the first game of the final round of fixtures. Bialecki got off to a stable start to proceedings. Got the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4-0 before then beating Doug Boehm by 4-3. He was then on the wrong end of a 4-1 scoreline against Scott Mitchell before then recovering to beat Kevin Painter in a last leg decider. For Mulvey, well, he's been competitive in games, but his big issue has been his doubling, where he's missed a plethora of doubles across all 4 matches that he's played in. If he can improve on that, he will yield some success, but he's yet to have that winning feeling so far on this Monday morning. Matthew Edgar is alongside myself in commentary. What will be your overriding assessment of Sebastian Bialecki's day so far?
Close, isn't he? He's hit the post in regards to being the player like Scott Mitchell running away with things at the top of the table, but I think at the moment the top 3 are pretty much where they should be, but Doug making a bit of a late move. Comes up next against Kevin Painter. That's a game that I'm a lot of interest in.
59. 96.
league table never really sort of take shape in the sort of direction really till about lap 8, lap 9, which will
60.
be just past the midpoint of tomorrow.
Mitchell, yes, has taken a lead in terms of the points haul in this group, but behind
96.
him, everything is really compact apart from Ray, who's kind of become detached at the bottom of the table.
60.
And Bialecki here has taken the darts in the opening leg of this particular encounter.
140.
And that 140 puts himself on a 2-darter after 12. One thing we do see from Sebastian is a very strong end to the
42.
day.
Sebastian, you require 76.
Double 8.
Game shot on
Goes
the first
for a
leg.
14
Sebastian
dart breaker
Bialecki.
throw. Bialecki leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Been a tiring day for Ray. But the advantage of playing Group A is he has got time to fix things. And then a stint in a second group to get things right if Group A doesn't work out.
60.
Yes, come on strong, hasn't he, though, as the day's gone on, Bialecki.
121.
Only that one slip that came in game number 3.
100.
In regards to the win column. But he's another player that you'd sort of expect to be seeing here on Saturday night. Somewhere
100.
he has pitched his tent up normally when he comes here at the Super Series.
I know we're only possibly the midway
60.
point of the match, but
Sebastian, you require
Bialecki here is
100.
having just under 118. He's on for a potential 11-dart leg on the back of the 14 that he accrued in the opening salvo.
60.
That was dangerously close to busting.
Yeah, I don't think that was an area of the board he was actually trying to hit. He did that earlier on as well when he went for a big 6 and slipped it in the 10.
58. Sebastian, you require 40.
Top to 2-0. 2 10s for back-to-back 14s. 15 will do.
Shot on the
Bialecki's
second
in
leg,
control. He has a
Sebastian
2-0
Bialecki.
lead.
Third leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
If you gave Ray the option to press the button that says, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, move on to
140.
tomorrow, do you think he'd press it right now?
No, just in case he had to go eat some bugs or something, I don't think, but...
180.
He's having to eat a lot of maxes at the moment. Second full house of the game for Bialecki.
140.
Bialecki's eating it up. It's good for him. He's in the 2-visit maximum club so far in this game.
55.
But Mulvey here has had a very good leg by way of response. Has left himself on 81 after 9. Has sort of left Seb in the dust. Unless Bialecki can pile in a 2-treble score. Now has to be careful with second arm falling loose. And will leave himself on 129 if this don't go. Well, if he doesn't get this, it could be too late for Ray Mulvey because he may move 3-0 down. Bullseye.
56. Sebastian, you require 129. 89. Ray, you require 25.
He leaves himself on top, so if Mulvey cannot take out the 25,
Game
found into the bottom corner. Back to 2-1 it goes. And that's fair play to Ray because Seb was left on tops after 12 and didn't give him the opportunity.
Fourth flag, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
That's a third leg now where Sebastian Bialecki's kicked off of a max.
125.
Well, we know he does have an appetite for hitting 9 darters in this building. He did so at Champions Week. But he ain't going to add to the CV on this particular occasion.
96.
I mean, that was better from Mulvey as well, weren't it? The back end of the leg. I've just been working out his checkout percentage for the day.
140.
And he's had 6 successful hits on his 51 attempts. That gives him a percentage of 11.76.
96.
Say that normally needs to be about 33%, so he needs to, well, more than double. He needs to treble it. He needs to treble his doubling.
95.
Perhaps ironic.
Sebastian, you require 129.
Rain on your wedding day. Or a free ride. You're already paid.
89. Ray, you require 140.
Like winning the lottery and then dying the next day. He goes down to go up. Moved across for the treble 16.
That's a bit morbid. There were so many more lines you could have gone with.
40.
Well, tops for Bialecki for a 13 darter. Again, this sort of pattern we've seen from these top 3 players this morning and afternoon. That 12 darts to leave the solo.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Sebastian Bialecki.
Moves himself a leg away from nearly the perfect day.
5th
He'll be
flag,
happy with
it's
8
Ray to
points.
throw
That'll be a good
first.
return.
Game on.
Well, I suppose you would be correct. 8 points on 10 would be nearly a perfect
58.
day.
$54. 60. 59. 55. 58.
Well, the finishing line was in sight here for Sebastian Bialecki, but he's starting to take the foot off the gas a little bit.
54.
9 darts thrown from Bialecki and yet to find a major treble.
60.
Make that 12. However, Ray not really finding much either. No treble between the pair of them. 24 darts in and we finally got our first treble of the leg.
It's been a residual drop-off, hasn't it? From 107 down to 96. I say residual drop down to 96.
85.
But he just knows one big moment from here on in this leg and he could be over the line. It's still up in the offing, but that could change dramatically.
139.
You almost feel like Bialecki just eyed up the next leg as the leg to win and was just sort of waiting and sort of expecting that next leg just to come around.
135. Ray, you require 50.
The ball?
Well, now he can't
Game shot on
have
the
any
fifth
more
flag,
misses.
Ray Mulvey.
He doesn't miss. And so Bialecki throws for the match. And a 4-2
Sixth
win.
flag, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Remember, 2 more games to follow after this. Boehm against Painter and Mitchell versus Van Velzen.
58. $55.
What's been your highlight of the day so far, Matt?
I think it's just been the various stories, and I think that's going to be the highlight of the week as well. The
85.
stories, the debutants. Looking forward to seeing Stuart Kellett back in action, coming in Group
60.
C. Looking forward to seeing how Bo Greaves gets on at the Super Series. She's taking part in Group B. I was really looking forward to seeing Doug. He's coming up next against Kevin Painter.
60.
Into the bread and butter of the match, and neither want this passenger play to be a bit mouldy, will they? But Bialecki here, piling in a max, and that could be the straw that break Ray's back.
45.
He's got 6 of the match now as
Sebastian
the
require
pole.
118.
Just seemed to be stalling, just waiting for him to make his move, and he's making it now. I finish he'd already taken out once today.
58.
And he's left himself on a single to double combination to get the match done and to get the match won.
60.
So it should be
Sebastian, you
two at
require
tops for
60.
Bialecki to end the day with 4 wins and 5. And 2 at tops it will be. Double 10, open bed to aim at.
40.
But he is going to come back. Felt like a safe dart, that.
Yeah, got a bit of time in his hands. Didn't want to be chasing it around the board. Didn't want to be getting stuck on the 5-5.
For Mulvey, he'll take a lot
60.
from day one.
Sebastian, you require 20.
But Sebastian Bialecki now, double 10. He's edging closer. Has to shuffle across. But he cannot
score.
find a way in, and Mulvey's still in the contest.
Ray, you
Can't
require
get the job done, can he?
121.
Bialecki, he was looking at getting it wrapped up earlier on. He was averaging well over the 100. Now dropping down towards the 90 mark.
Felt like a tired dart. And so Bialecki will come back
97.
for 3 more in
Sebastian, you
hand, a
require
double 10
20.
to seal a 4-2 win. And in the end, he gets over the
And the
line,
match,
and Sebastian
Sebastian
Bialecki
Bialecki.
makes it 4 wins and 5 on his first day here at the Super Series. His 1 defeat to the man at the top of the pile, Scott Mitchell. A shake of the head because he knows that the start was so good, but then there was a bit of a drop-off towards the end. Ray Mulvey would have learnt a lot from his first day's experience here at the Live Lounge, but he'll regroup and go again tomorrow, as will Sebastian, who at the moment occupies P2 and will occupy P2 at the very least come the end of the day. Coming up after the break, Dub Boehm and Kevin Painter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 2, rounding his day off with 4 victories from 5. Come up next, we're going to watch Kevin Painter and Doug Boehm go toe-to-toe on the hockey. Both players winning 2 from 4 games so far on day 1 of this particular group. So who's going to end with a 3-2 record in the win column? Who's going to end with a 3-2 record in the defeats column? Let's find out.
First. Game on.
American with the throw. How crucial could that be come the end of proceedings? We are yet to find out. When you consider the way that these two have played, is it an even match on paper in your mind?
85.
On the basis of today, absolutely. But the one thing that we have seen come really to the forefront today a lot of the time has just been that bit of
39.
experience, and we know that is certainly in the favour of Kevin Painter, a World Championship runner-up and a TV major winner. Those Championship finals.
100.
Beat Mark Webster in the final of that competition.
140.
Remember the semi-final, actually, very fondly. Took on a player who we don't really see playing darts too much nowadays. Scott
96.
Rand.
Cool hand, Scott Rand.
100.
The streets will never forget. Anyway, Matt, I know you're thinking about Scott Rand from the streets, but dry your eyes, mate, because Doug Boehm has left tops after 12.
$52. Doggy require 40.
What a start this has been for the American. And he
Game
finds
shot on
himself
first leg,
1-0 up.
Doug Boehm.
There's just been a bit more of a reliability from him over the last couple of games in comparison to what we saw from
Second
him at the
leg,
start
it's
of the
Kevin
day.
to throw first. Game on. $80. $42.
He hasn't really had a bad game today, has he, Doug? And one thing we talk about all the time is consistency. That has sort of been the key
43.
to success here at the Super Series. Certainly these group sort of stages, the round robins. Lowest we've seen from Doug so far, 82.99. That was his first game, and then since then, 98, 84, 88. As he hits his second maximum of this game. His 7th of the day.
43.
Averaging at this present moment in time in excess of 114 is Doug.
$41.
Get up, he tells the darts. Not the first player who's had a bit of a word with the darts today. Scott Mitchell
30.
earlier on, telling the darts off, telling off the board. Wasn't doing what he wanted it to do.
Did we ever double check as to whether he was talking to the board or commentating on the match, even though he didn't have to?
See, I'd love to see that happen, actually. Someone commentate on their own. I don't think the opponent would like it too
59.
much, to be honest. Make an interesting thing. I mean, we have had it in the past, haven't we, where players have been mic'd up before.
Yeah, I don't know who was in charge of that particular
41.
proceedings, but it wasn't the world's greatest idea. Although Mark Webster being mic'd up for 170 was a
99.
funny and comical moment. I think the biggest surprise we got out, not the fact the content worked, but the fact that Mark Webster could actually still hit a 170. Hope you're well, Webby, if you're tuning in, pal.
132. Doggy require 80.
For a 2-0 lead. That's perfectly sat. You can Watch one on top, which he does. Tops 2-0.
Kevin, you require 132.
Another one of those. Would have left him at the
92.
double 16
Doug, you require
against a man who's
20.
wearing a very Dennis Priestley-esque shirt. A player I always associate with the 132, the ball double 16. But that is sat beautifully.
Game shot on his
Just
second
expected
leg.
that to
Doug
go in the
Boehm.
way that Doug starts live. It would have just really opened up the bed.
Third leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
Could well be work to do for Kevin Painter, not just in this game, but in terms of the group, loses this one. It's just 4 points from his first day. Not out of the running as far as winning the group is concerned, depending on what happens
100.
between Mitchell and Van Velzen in the last game of the session.
100. $96. $140.
A little bit of a look there from Kevin Painter over to Doug. We'll keep an eye on that.
Well, he's playing to
78.
type, isn't he, really, Doug? Average in the high 80s. Wow. What's happened there?
I think it was the gesture. Doug there, as the dart went across, was sort of gesturing as if the dart had just sort of, like he's been doing throughout the day, like darts get up or darts going left, and it must have just
100.
been caught in the peripherals there of Kevin Painter as he's walking back.
$95.
And now Doug really
Kevin,
is
you
going
require
through the full range of
161.
emotions.
See, with this when we talk about experience, Kevin Painter waiting now until Doug has got to a point where he would no longer be in the peripheral vision.
97.
If this
Doug, you
goes,
require
do not expect a quiet
132.
reaction from Doug. Another one of them. Double 16.
100.
It wasn't far away.
Kevin, you require 64.
Tops.
44.
Doesn't go. This for 3-0.
Doug, you require 32.
You can feel the tension on that stage. Tense moments, key
Shot on a
moments,
third
and a
leg,
big
Doug
double
Boehm.
for Boehm.
Fourth flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Amongst all that, though, Doug now putting himself just a leg away.
140.
But we have to remember, a little bit inexperienced in this type of environment. This would be a big victory for him. It would put him in the top half of the
83.
table at the end of the day.
$95.
One thing we've learnt about Kev over the years, you never rule him out no matter what the scenario is. But Boehm, pepping in the maxis. That's his third of the game. And he let Kev know.
58.
Yeah, 8-180s on your debut day. That's some hitting that from Doug.
Well, this really is being played with an air of frivolity now, isn't it?
85.
I think it's happened again. And Painter's had to step back. Well, there's some animosity, you could
56.
tell, something on the stage.
Doggy require
Painter's let himself on a
153.
finish, but Doug for the match.
Well, that last dart did seem like a bit of a throwaway dart from Painter, but he's ended up managing to leave
99.
himself on a finish.
Kevin, you require 152.
This could be one of those moments that really turn things around. Remember that game with Jim McEwen. Speaking of turning around.
Imagine if this goes. It's not going to. And so Boehm is back for the match.
Doggy
B for
require
3 wins
54.
and 5 on his debut day here at the Super Series. Tops. Double 10. Doesn't go.
34.
Painter's back.
Kevin, you require 52.
He's only had one dart at a double so far in this game, but he will get another.
32.
And it might be the last.
Doggy require 20.
As Boehm comes back for double 10 to seal success. It's been a good debut campaign for him. And he's going to
Shot
pick up
and the
3
match.
wins and 5.
Doug
He's going to get the
Boehm.
better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 0. It's a victory for Doug. But as you could tell, there was a little bit of animosity on that stage. There was a couple of flashpoints in the middle of that encounter. An encounter that Doug wins by 4 legs to 0. Coming up next, Mitchell v Van Velzen in our final game of the day. Time for another game of darts with Scott Mitchell in action in the final game of the session. He's won 4 from 4 as far as this afternoon is concerned. And if he makes it 5 from 5, he'll have the perfect day. He takes on Marvin van Velzen. He's looking to pick up his second win. If he does win, the top 5 players will all be within 4 points of each other following the first day's play. Now, it's, of course, still the possibility that if Van Velzen wins by a scoreline, that Bialecki could be the top player at the foot of the table, or the top of the table, shall I say, going into the second
First
day's
leg,
play.
it's Scott to throw first. Game
What do you
on.
make of this one, Matt?
I'll be interested to see how the pace of this one affects. Because for Marvin, he likes to throw with a bit of pace, likes to throw with a little bit of aggression, a bit of zip, a
100.
little bit of shoulder. Which, with that, you do need to get that timing absolutely spot on. And if you've got long weights at the back of the stage, may just become a little bit tricky at times. Be really interesting to see this unfold.
Well, we did say that we've been waiting for Scott to kind of play to this sort of level at the
140.
Super Series. We've seen glimpses of it, but not to the extent that we've seen today.
140.
I get the feeling no matter what, he's going to come off today a very happy man.
Oh, he should do, shouldn't he? If he loses this game, he's still won 4 out of 5. If you do that every day, you're pretty much going to be in
140.
Saturday night. Somewhere he's been to before. No doubt we'll want to go there again.
140. Scott, you require 121.
And looking to join Chris Mason on the list of commentators that have won here. 121 for Mitchell to take out the opening leg. Van Velzen left-handedly on 81. Double 14.
93.
Doesn't go. So Van Velzen for
Marvin,
potential
you
11
require
dart leg here
81.
to start. After a hat-trick of 140s at the beginning of the leg. Double 12. Flying
Shot on the
start for
first
Marvin
leg,
van
Marvin
Velzen.
van
He gets the
Velzen.
break in. He lets Scott Mitchell know about it. Nice sign of respect, though, from Scotty Dog.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Tell you what, there's been a lot of testosterone, hasn't there, on the stage today?
100.
Well, I'm sure Scott's known Marvin for some years. Marvin was playing in the youth team for Holland, probably around the same sort of time that Scott Mitchell was regularly in that England team
41.
many years ago. So it'll be someone that he's probably seen sort of grow within the sport. So we'll be very well aware of the threat that he possesses. Did actually play his darts last year in the same team as Dirk van Dijvenbode and Jeffrey Deswan.
Worst teams out there.
100.
Worse visits than that.
80. $171.
Well, this is an incredible performance. This is an incredible game. 115 plays 124 in the averages at the end of leg 2.
$81.
Van Velzen here for
Marvin,
2-0 lead.
you
This would be for back-to-back 12s if he
132.
pins the 132, and he's got 6 from here. He's going to need the full quota. But he's going to lead
92.
himself on tops after 12.
This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Marvin van Velzen. I did have reservations coming into this game, but a slight nervous about the pace of the game not suiting him.
99.
Not a
Marvin,
problem.
you require 40.
Perfect guide. Doesn't go
20.
though, and Mitchell
Scott,
will
you
hope to get an
require
opportunity
100.
from the ton. Tops. Stupendous game of darts.
Scott Mitchell.
And Mitchell levels up 1-1. And that is just the sixth ton topper
leg,
of the
it's
day. The
Scott to
second
throw
for Scott.
first.
And finally he recognises
on.
the Van Velzen fist.
It was interesting to look at the eyes of Scott Mitchell there. Someone who knows where the camera is up there on the stage. And
he was sort of not looking at the camera, he's looking
140.
past it. It was almost as if he was trying to look over his shoulder to see what the reaction to that hit was from Marvin.
47.
Well, the averages here are incredible. Mitchell
60.
averaging 110 at this present moment in time. Van Velzen 102.9. Maybe we've saved the best till last.
140.
No maybe about it. This is a fantastic performance from both. They're really bringing out the best in each other. Clearly a lot of respect between the two as well up there on the stage. I was having a chat with Marvin in the back,
100.
and when Scott Mitchell arrived, he says, "Oh, young Marvin," which he's not so young anymore. He's 23, playing his last year on the development tour.
95.
Hoping to make the PDC World Youth Championships.
$140. 99. Scott,
Well,
you require
To
61.
move himself 2-1 to the good. Could be another 14 data coming here. Double 18. Beautifully done. Back-to-back 14s to Mitchell. 2-1 he leads. The legs in this game been won in 12, 14, 14. And still, Mitchell averages in excess of 110.
First. Game on.
And he's having a bit of a survey of the surroundings, is Scotty Dog.
60.
This is the best Scott Mitchell we have seen here on the Super Series stage.
100. 95.
And to be fair to Van Velzen, he is sticking with him. Or doing his best to stick with him.
$64.
Well, Mitchell a couple of legs away from completing the perfect day on day one here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And
78.
Scott knows exactly what that will mean because he works on this broadcast. So he knows if he wins this game, he's going to have to make a little trip up to the studio.
Maybe that's what inspired him. The opportunity to come and get interviewed by Henry Deacon.
Why do you think so many players finish 4 from
100.
5?
$92.
I'm sure there's many things in life that people look forward to. An interview with me is probably not one of them. Well, in fact, the players actively say it's not.
$97.
Well, Mitchell leads himself on a finish to lead 3-1. Will get the break ensued. But what can Marvin
100.
find? A big
Scott,
last
you
trouble.
require
And he lets Scott know
140.
about that as well. Not to be. So Van Velzen back for 76 to square this game up at 2 apiece.
$120.
Great
Marvin, you
setup.
require
Still averaging in
76.
excess of 106 here. But it may only be enough for a level game. If Van Velzen can pin the ball, and he
Getting shot on the
will,
fourth flag,
and he'll let
Marvin
everybody
Van
know
Velzen.
all about it.
And the fist bumping has stopped.
Fifth
It is now
flag. It's
game
Scott
time.
to throw first.
I think I'm unsure who throws first
Game
here.
on.
But that time, Mitchell
back was turned. He was at the table. He didn't want to engage. Realises he's in a battle. Realises that opportunity to come up here for the interview with Henry is on the line.
We're in the meat of the match. And also the circumstances regarding defeat, as mentioned at the top of the game,
81.
the top 5 would then all be within 4 points of each other. And when you consider the way the first couple of rounds of fixtures go, that could be severely condensed if certain results go in certain favours.
85.
This is the difference between Mitchell bossing the group or being put in some peril in this group. These next couple of legs, potentially. Van Velzen is not letting up, is he? His average swings above the ton mark again. 107 plays 101. Oh, this is superb. What a game this is becoming. What a game it is. Well, this really is under the MSS gold bracket.
100. Scott, you require 96.
Mitchell's hit more 180s in this match than he has so far today.
Double 8 for 12.
Game shot of fifth flag. Scott
He just does not miss. And he leads 3-2. And he's a leg away now from the perfect day. He saved his best performance for last. As is Van Velzen.
Game on.
He's stuck with a task, but Mitchell's one away. But what will the Dutchman's counter-attack look
100.
like? A turn to start.
He's been brilliant all day, hasn't he, Scott Mitchell? Consistent, quality, very little in terms of errors.
140.
And this is off the top shelf. And nothing ever changes, does it? He never gets carried away. He never gets
60.
the emotion of a good performance. It all looks the same on the eye.
Well, forget about Elf on the shelf. It's more Scotty Dog playing hot, hot, hot.
125.
Olay, olay.
Careful after the weekend.
140.
Van Velzen, sticking with the task, has just tapped Mitchell on the shoulder.
Well, we haven't had a three-figure average all day so far today, and Van Velzen's in danger here of hitting an average
60.
over 100 and actually losing.
You sense he needs a 2-treble visit here.
58.
That could be a slip. Mitchell pars in a 140 here. He may only get one chance at 143 to take us all the way.
The way Mitchell's been playing, just one treble is a big enough danger, and he's found it.
100. Marvin, you require 143.
Mitchell fancies 76 the way he's been playing. He'll get at least a dart at a double, provided this 143 does not go, which it won't.
And so to bring
81.
the curtain down on a perfect
Scott, you
day,
require 76.
Scott Mitchell looking at 76 to complete the card. And to complete the card with an incredible performance. Tops.
56.
Ditch just below. It's only the second dart at
Marvin, you
double he's missed
require
in this match.
62.
Van Velzen to take us all the way. The best we've ever seen him here on the Super Series stage. 17 left. Well,
58.
he was caught in a number of
Scott, you
minds.
require 20.
He may well be shaking the hand of Scott Mitchell now. Double 5 for win number 5.
$15.
But Van Velzen's reprieved.
Marvin, you require 4.
He's got one more chance to save the encounter and to save his day.
A chance I don't think he'd have expected. but does
on a
take.
sick leg, Marvin van Velzen.
No reaction there from Van Velzen.
Seventh
Maybe he's
and final
saving
leg.
it
It's
for
Scott
if he
to throw
can find
first.
the big leg.
Game on.
But not many people have broken the throw of Scott Mitchell today. Certainly in this sort of situation now where all the chips are down.
It's all on this one leg. It's been an incredible
24.
encounter, but it's at the slip that opens up the door for Marvin van Velzen.
It's the opportunity he'd been hoping for, but he's got to cash it in.
63.
Although he saved the shot with the last start, no damage done as such.
Well, maybe we forget about the averages now and we just look at the severity of what this
45.
last leg would bring in terms of the league situation. Mitchell wins. He moves on to 10 points, 2 clear at the top of the table overnight. Van Velzen wins. Everybody's, apart from Ray Mulvey, who's detached at the bottom of the table, would be within a couple of wins of one another.
Big last start again there. This time he gives himself a little bit of an advantage now in the scoreboard. But this is a good recovery from Mitchell. Just 69
140.
points scored in his first 6 starts. But he's rectified that situation here.
Doing what world champions do.
90.
And for the 3rd time, Van Velzen last start in hand. And they hurt you as well as when your opponent's doing that and you think they're not going to hit something and that last start goes in.
100.
But just the one treble means that if Van Velzen can find at least a ton here, he would be first to a finish in this deciding leg against the throw. But it's not going to happen
40.
for him now, following the bounce out. And so Mitchell has 6 for the match. That felt almost resignatory. And this is the reason why.
$132.
Well, he's already spurned opportunities to win his 5th match of the day, but he is going to come back for 2 more. And Van
60.
Velzen cannot apply
Scott,
the
you
due
require
needed pressure.
60.
And so Scott Mitchell, to complete the card on day 1, is going to have to spurn a dart. Tops.
40.
And that's more match darts that come and gone.
Marvin, you require 140.
Well, if this goes, expect a reaction. Expect a big reaction. A reaction that they'll probably hear back in The Hague.
It's not to be. Scott
43.
Mitchell has spurned a handful of match darts in this game.
Scott, you require 20.
Been a superb match, but has been blighted by mismatched doubles. Until
Game
there.
shot and the
And it will
match,
be the
Scott
perfect
Mitchell.
day for Scott Mitchell. Scotty Dog is up and running and he has the lead at the top of the group. A superb last game, played in tremendous spirit between those 2 players. In the end, the averages went below the ton, but nonetheless, it was a sumptuous contest. Mitchell winning by 4 legs to 3 in the final game of the session. Van Velzen a much improved performance in his last game, but it wasn't to be for him. So Mitchell with a perfect 10 at the end of day 1, and he's going to come and have a chat with myself and Matt in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, it's a nice little family reunion here in the studio. Scott Mitchell, 5 from 5 on the opening day, and it's fair to say that you saved your best till last out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I did. I think I got away with a lot today, and there's a lot of people missed darts at double. But I think I missed a few early doors, and when you're a commentator here, we see it so differently. I can hear you in my ear. I can hear you. Camera 5, camera 4, camera 1, camera 8. And you just like, it is what it is. I've got to get that out of my head. But today it was all good. It started really well, really early, and you need to get on the board early. We know here, we've been here many, many times in commentary, that you can't win it on the first day, but you can lose it on the first day. So it was kind of get a couple of games in your bag and get on the board, and that's what it was today.
Interesting you say that. We actually mentioned it on commentary during the course of the day. Because you work here in another capacity, is it almost a case you know the format too well, sometimes a little bit ignorance is bliss?
Henry, you're an anorak. We talk about this when we're sat in this commentary box, honestly. I insisted on coming up here through the commentary box that it felt normal. It is. We know that you think a little bit differently. You think a little bit differently when you're down there, because we've been here so many times watching the other guys. And I know that within 5 today can be the poison chalice as well for tomorrow. All I've done is upset 5 other guys in that room that are after me big time tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But I'm pleased to do 5 out of 5 today.
Right, let's go through your wins then in chronological order. The first couple you really had to graft for, didn't you? Particularly those first 2 games, 4-3. What was it in those, especially with a couple of missed doubles in there as well? What was the kind of keys to those gains for you?
I'll tell you the key, a bit of confidence. I played lovely for England last weekend. I played lovely for Dorset the weekend before under loads of pressure. And you can have all the ability, but if you're not believing you're doing it, then you're at it. So the last few weekends have been really good. And, when you go down to those 3-3s, you believe that you've got enough to come through it. And also being a commentator, I had the advantage of playing Kev Painter and Seb Bialecki with the darts. Mm-hmm. So that was a massive thing as well. So we think about that up here, and I'm thinking that in the back room.
We really enjoyed that last game, didn't we, Matt?
Oh, quality game that was. Really good all the way down to the final again, which seems to be the theme of your day, going down to the sort of last leg shootouts, but that confidence, like you say, getting you through. And it's relevant form, isn't it? That's the thing. A lot of people talk about winning titles or picking up things, or they'll pick something up from 2015, 16. That's gone out of their head, hasn't it? It's got to be relevant in recent form. Yeah,
winning something in 2015 doesn't make me relevant now. That was 9 years ago, nearly 10. So, you've got to keep reinventing yourself. Although being in the game, there's one game that ever changes your life, and I managed to win it, it does change my life for the last 5 years because everybody plays me differently. So, Marvin, I've known Marvin since he was a youth player in Holland, and we got on like a house on fire then, and we still do. How well did he play there? And I'd loved him giving a bit of the G up, because I like that. I like somebody giving a G up against you in it. It makes you just concentrate a little bit harder, makes you turn it on a little bit harder. And like I say, there's 5 guys out there tomorrow. Absolutely cannot wait to get their teeth into me tomorrow.
Is it a case of trying to get more of the same tomorrow, or the fact, do you feel like you're going to be the person they're all trying to chase us? So do you expect different types of games tomorrow as a result of that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've spoken in commentary. We've been there together. Those scrappy legs for 28 darts, when you win one of those, you've got to go and do a 12 dart to get it back, and that's very difficult. And I won a few scrappy legs today, and they were all my favour. Well, they will tomorrow. That's another day. But I'm really enjoying darts again at the minute. You know, last year when you lose your tour card, everybody's going, oh, you're not on the tour, you're this. You'll understand that. You're not on the tour, you're this, you're that, you're something else. And do you still play darts? Yeah, of course I do. I'm probably playing as lovely now as I was when I had a tour card. But because you're not in that limelight, people think you're not playing anymore, and that's not the case. I'm just really, really enjoying it again at the moment. And then your best darts come out, and those 1 dart at 3-3, you hit them, don't you?
Well, I'm going to show you a graphic which I think you'll enjoy. This is the league table following the first day's play. I just want to get your assessment of some of the other players in there, in particular Sebastian Bialecki, who was just rock solid all day long, wasn't he?
He was very, very good today, Sebastian Bialecki. I've really enjoyed watching him, but I don't think we really learned anything about Sebastian Bialecki, because despite the fact he's 20 years old. I feel like he's been around for a long time, and we've seen him on the big stages, and we've seen him here many, many times. It was Doug that really stood out for me. He was a player who we see some decent numbers from, some decent bits from. He's got a really good story that we've been telling throughout commentary. But it was how did he handle himself up there? And he got better and better as it went on. And I think if you're looking over your shoulder tomorrow, he could be the danger.
Do you know what? In the back room, I said I was so fortunate to play him first game because it went my way, because just inexperience on his behalf, because he hasn't been here. He's a lovely guy out back, and honestly, I was thinking, whoa, that 4-3 win could be a massive win for me, because I'm thinking like you guys, I've got to stop that.
And finally, you know what tomorrow is, don't you?
Yeah, it's moving day. And hopefully I don't move, but that's not the case.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what happens. Scott, thank you for popping up. Great to see you throw the darts as opposed to talking about it every now and then. You've got a bit more talking to do for the next few days. We'll make it a date tomorrow, shall we?
We will, and you don't get paid double for this, by the way.
No, I know that. I've already been told by email.
Yeah, and all the 4-3s as well. You know, you made us earn our money today. Scott, thank you very much for your time. Thank you as well for tuning in to us here at the Live Lounge Reports. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. to see who is going to be top of the pile. But as far as day one is concerned, well, it's Scotty Dog who has the lead.